We have 4 commissioners here. Jacques did contact me and tell me he would be a couple minutes late. Chris Baird, would you like to start?
Yeah, so let's see, just for the sake of the recording, it's 2:01. Did you want to call out everyone who's here, Mary, just
Yes.
so?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure you didn't want to wait for a few more commissioners, but
I think
we've got a quorum, so should we go?
sure,
Okay,
yeah.
it is Tuesday, November 16th, 2021. The time is 2:01. I am opening this budget workshop for the Grand County Commission. Present are Commissioners Hedin, Wojtek, Walker, McGann, Clerk Auditor Quinn Haw, Treasurer Chris Kaufman, Associate Administrator Mallory Nassau, and Commission Administrator Chris Baird, our human resource Renee Baker, and we have Commissioner Clapper joining us. So we will begin this budget workshop. Thank you. Chris Baird?
Okay. So there's several things to cover, and so one of them are...
also joined us.
Okay. So I wanted to cover TRT and ad spending, and also the possibility of drawing some money out of the fund balance for some other uses. I think August said he was going to be able to join, so hopefully he will here soon. But I also want to just cover the fund balances for the rest of the county, as well as a summary of our debt load. And so I'm going to skip ahead a little bit just to kind of set the stage. And here's August. He's going to join here too. With regard to the TRT fund balance, what might be able to draw out. So I'll go over this in more detail, but for this line right here, we started the year off with 1.4, almost 1.5 million in the fund balance. At this point, we're up to about 3.3 million, and this is in the promotional / economic development / rec film convention side, the 37% side of the TRT. And this may go down. You know, these current fund balances are just working funds, and so there may be, more bills to be paid than revenue, and, this could end up being lower by the end of the year, and it probably will be. But still a fairly substantial amount in fund balance. And so we got a legal opinion from Christina, our attorney, that, we can spend this according to the current statute, which would mean, pulling it out of the fund balance for a variety of reasons, including rec film conventions, responsible trail programming, trail ambassadors, stages, other types of programming that doesn't include the maintenance or operations or construction of facilities. That's kind of the one thing that Christina pointed out that we shouldn't be using this side of the TRT for. So we're looking in probably, 3 million, thereabout, odd guess to make, by the beginning of 2022. And so now I'm just going to switch back over to the budgeting software and kind of give you an overview of some of the areas that there are a little bit of trouble.
Real quick, Chris, when you said, so that's the budget for conventions, but it's not possible to use that for like a convention facility, like the Grand Center or something?
So the side of the TRT that we use to offset general fund expenditures like law enforcement and search and rescue, also send money to solid waste. So it's basically the 63% side. We could spend that on a convention center or facilities.
But not the other part.
Yeah, so this is the side that you can't spend it on facilities. And so, we try to use up all of the other side, that 63% side, just in keeping our general fund healthy. And so, but that other side is eligible just for facilities, but not this one. So at this point, with regard to the statutory limitations of what we're projecting for revenue, the statute says that we're not supposed to spend more than 1/5 of the 37% on rec film conventions. Line item, we're about over by this amount, the stage request. So right now I've got budgeted half of what the stage would cost, and thinking that that hopefully the city and others would contribute to kind of get to that total 167. But if we brought in exactly what I projected, then we'd be out of compliance, with state law on spending this down, because it would put us over, But then, we've got some of these others that are not going to last forever. This contribution to the transit program is only for 3 years at about $77,000. The responsible trail promotion is another component. Trail ambassadors, $80,000. And so, part of it is we're bringing on, proposing to bring on the full film commission budget. So this budget got a bit crowded. Not all of it, like I say, is going to last forever. These two right here, the pilot transit shuttle program and the stage, are just, short-term expenses. So one of the things I'm proposing is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll ask a question when you're kind of done, and but
Okay.
I would like to talk about an item on this part of the,
Yeah. So then, let's see. So what I'm proposing, is to fill this budget out, balance this budget by drawing some money in from the fund balance from, what I project to be about $3 million. Whatever we need, we can draw in as revenue and then expend out here. Might, require some explanation to the auditors what we're doing, but that's one thing that we can do. And then the other place where having a bit of trouble balancing the budget is just down in the Parks Rec Trails Fund, where Grand County Active Transportation and Trails is funded. When with the proposed salary adjustments in the roads department, that pretty dramatically reduced the amount of money available to go to the Parks Rec Trails Fund from the optional transportation tax. And so this fund is, the other thing also I should mention is I didn't budget enough hours for the trail ambassadors that Maddie wanted, and so we're probably going to have to add probably another $20,000-$30,000 to this budget. So right now we're about $47,000 in the red, and probably need to add another $20,000-$30,000 to that to really get the trail ambassador program up to where Maddie would like it. And so, I think that it's a fairly easy solution to draw money out of the fund balance and move it around, to these places for needs that are compliant with the state law and our attorney's interpretation of it. And so I guess that's one question, that I'd have for the commission would be is if you feel like it's okay to draw that money out of the fund balance and send it toward the rec film convention side of things to try to balance that out, and then also parks, trails, and recreation to kind of make that fund whole also. It'd probably be a minor dent in the fund balance. At some point, we could maybe even discuss some other options for how to use that money also. A lot of it built up because we were shut down for most of 2020, and that's where about $800,000-$900,000 ended up in the fund balance because we were in the middle of COVID. We started to recover, but we weren't really, sure that the TRT was rolling in yet until, it was around October, November, before we really saw that it was recovering. And then by then, it was too late to really spend a lot. So built up quite a fund balance. Anyway, I'll stop talking, open it up for discussion on that topic.
So, and that was the proposal, just to pay for half the stage?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was talking with the city, and I don't know if they changed their mind, but they were also considering funding it. And I said, well, you know, we could probably go half on it. And Carly said, oh, great, you know, we might be able to do half also. So it's not a for sure thing by any means, just discussions at this point. So I put down 50% of it. But according to our attorney, we could use this funding is eligible for that. And so certainly drawing the money out of fund balance would be too. I mean, we could draw money to pay for the whole thing if we wanted. I do tend to try to split things up, you know, across different entities. But
I wonder if it would be possible to budget for the whole amount, but still shoot to pay half. I don't know. Just thought.
Oh yeah, well, can do that. Yeah.
And that being said, can I just ask a couple questions about the film commission? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so my understanding is the city has stopped funding that. Is that correct?
So at the end of December is when the funding ends. And so moving into January, they cut the budget for it.
Okay. And yet we were kind of just saying that we would like to split things. And I guess I just need to understand, and the reason I'm bringing this up, I've actually had a few constituents call me specifically about this line item, in the sense that I'm not sure. Can you just give me a general overview as to what they do for the community or what their objectives are? Because those are the concerns that I've been getting, and then the fact that we're now having to, you know, flip the bill for that entire position.
Oh yeah, well I guess I'll give you like the full history here and sort of super nutshell version. But
Great.
the Moab to Monument Valley Film Commission was started by George White in like 1948, 49, and then in 2001, essentially dissolved as a private sector entity. At that time, Ken Davey was working for the county, and he reestablished the Film Commission, you know, under the government, under Grand County, and operated the Film Commission entirely under the county for a while until he got terminated. And and then I believe it was Jerry McNeely, a former council member, that negotiated an agreement to bring it to shift it over to the city, have them you know, do the supervision, provide space, etc., and we'd pay half the bill. So it's been that way ever since. So it's kind of bounced around a variety of different statuses. But the Film Commission, they definitely do some promoting with regard to trying to get people to film here. And these days it seems to be mostly relatable to commercials and whatnot, but you know, there's obviously been a lot of big films made here in the past as well.
Right, but my understanding is the last major film was like 2013.
Yeah, like I said, it's still a fairly significant industry, though. Like I say, though, in the realm of commercials and other smaller projects. And I think that you know, there was a fairly significant commercial failure that maybe prompted some slowdown. But you've also probably seen that BIGA does a lot of community-related film stuff too. There's been film schools where they put on where local kids will learn how to do filmmaking. There's like movie nights, different other events for the community. I can try to dig up the full proposal that came from Biga and send it on. I thought I already sent it on, but I can send it again.
Okay.
I know.
But yeah, it's mostly probably, I guess you could say it, an economic development component. But this is the portion of the funding that calls out film promotion specifically. It could just as easily fit, I guess, over an economic development or the economic diversification. But since it's been going on, since the late 40s, we've had significant film industry. I don't see it as a diversification objective myself. It is actually probably one of the most highly regulated industries. It's kind of surprising, even if you're just a tiny little crew shooting a commercial, maybe two or three people, the BLM requires that you hire, can't remember what they call it, but just a person to follow you around everywhere you go to make sure you don't do anything wrong.
Okay.
And so,
Okay.
yeah,
I guess I'm just, I did it's just,
you're kind of breaking.
You're cutting out, Chris.
Again, it was just brought to my attention, and yeah, it was just brought to my attention. But it is, it's a little disheartening that the city is not willing to contribute to this.
So
Well,
can
the
I say
city
something?
is contributing with space and, providing the space and the material and, the stuff for the office. So they
Well,
are contributing that.
So Chris, I just wanted to say something about the funding sources, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but, there's sort of two separate issues. One is, should we as a, city and county combined be spending, this much money on film promotion? But, the other issue is how should the costs be apportioned between the city and the county? And I thought the logic of this recent change was that the city had been spending kind of unencumbered money. Their TRT, for example, just goes into their general fund, whereas in Grand County, we would be spending money that is kind of restricted. So it makes sense to not use unrestricted funds when restricted funds are available to do the same thing. So you should think of, this money that we're putting in the Film Connection is not competing with, our general fund or funding the Sheriff's Department of roads or anything like that. It's competing with the Sustainable Trails program and convention promotion, that kind of thing, because that's the pot of money that it's coming out of. So
yeah, Kevin's right. Yeah. And I think that was the rationale. I mean, I'm not really sure, but I kind of speculate that this cut was only included in the budget, that had no property tax increase. And so it was kind of one of those situations where they had to figure out how to balance their budget, and they, without any new revenue. But like I say, it's not, there was a time in the early 2000s when it was entirely funded by the county and run by the county. Then went over to the city and was, in the current state since then. But
I think this arrangement is a good solution for the Film Commission for 2022. So I'm okay with how it's drafted here.
I agree to that too, and more thumbs up to the Film Commission. I know they bring in a significant amount of income. I have plenty of friends who've been on commercial shoots and film shoots. They hire a lot of EMTs. They cater. They hire. I know friends who've worked as climbers and mountain bikers on commercials, and they pay very well. So I think it speaks to economic diversification as well.
yeah, I've known quite a few locals who've got some pretty good short-term gigs out of the filming that happens around here.
No, I would agree with that, but like I said, yeah, if you have her proposal or what they have brought in the last year or two, that would help, because we can kind of all reminisce about the past. I mean, I've been on film shoots too, but that was a long time ago. So if we have that information, if you don't mind sending it again, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I'll send it.
Yeah, and I do, well, I agree with the positive things people were saying about the Film Commission, and I'm fine with the budget as presented. I do agree with Trish that we should scrutinize these things, and just because something's been going on for a long time doesn't mean it, we need to reevaluate how we're allocating funds from time to time.
Chris and Commission, would you mind if I add one thing here just for context? Is that all right?
Go ahead.
So since this has been on the table, I've been kind of digging a little bit more into kind of the context of film in Utah and the potential for economic development outcomes as this position would end up in kind of under my supervision in the county. And I guess two things. One is that there's currently a coalition of rural film commissioners to lobby the state legislature to try to increase their film incentive, as we are one of the lowest film incentive kind of providers in the country, and we've lost projects due to that. And so I think there's an opportunity, if we continue to stay invested in this kind of economic development strategy, for that to pay off if we're prepared. If that push yields an increased incentive at the state. I think the other thing too is that it's really difficult to prove economic impact with film because we have no way of requiring crews and production companies to, report on their economic activity. And, Viga's done a really good job of trying to get voluntary information, but only from a small sample of people that have come to town. And one thing that's kind of been brought up is if there's some way to add, a minuscule local incentive that they get so long as they give us, here's what we spent in the community at what, XYZ restaurants and hotels and for local labor, so that we have better reporting on that information. Those are just two things I wanted to add to the conversation.
Okay. So, but now, we're not making final decisions here, so there's always room to discuss more later. And, besides just working on some market data for salaries, I haven't actually put together a full film commission budget, but, I'm just kind of assuming at this point that it's similar to how it was at the city. August and I still need to sit down and kind of hammer this out a little more. So this is likely to be a more refined figure, maybe even have its own department so that we can break out its expenses.
So Chris, could I go backward a little bit in the conversation? I'm ashamed to admit I'm still a little bit confused about the rules governing how we're using the reserve TRT funds. So are you just proposing to pull out some chunk of money that would go to, trail ambassador? I forget the exact list of things, or it's just, there's a few places where we didn't have quite as much money as you want, and we're just going to pull out that exact amount to pay for those things? Or do we have to pull out some larger amounts so that the proportions between those expenses and tourism promotion and other things are maintained?
We don't have to pull a larger amount. If we wanted to track, if we wanted to, consider that money at this point, at some point anyway, probably, at the beginning of the enactment of the most recent legislation, we could say we had this much in the fund balance and that amount of money needs to be split out XYZ according to statute, and we just track how we split it out over time on a spreadsheet. That would be easy. But, it doesn't really seem like the statute, the literal reading of the statute, nor our attorney's interpretation of the statute actually requires us to do that. And I think that it's probably, worth tracking how we're spending the money for sure. Although I don't know that the statute actually requires that we split it out that way. But I would recommend tracking it and probably splitting it out, according to the current statute as if it were new revenue coming in. So if we were to spend
As if it were new revenue where, a lot of it could go to mitigation, or if it's as if it's new revenue that's left over after the mitigation is taken out?
well, if you read the statute literally, then yes, we could pull it in and send 63% of it to mitigation.
But that's not what we're recommending.
No, I mean, this is definitely money that was rolled over specifically from the promotional side of the TRT over the years, which has changed, and the law's changed quite a few times, but, this is the fund where that portion has come in and accrued. It's definitely not the mitigation side. There's actually a fund balance on the mitigation side also, not nearly as big, about 10 times as small, but.
Yeah, but it sounds like, according to the county attorney's opinion, that those distinctions between reserve mitigation funds and reserve promotion funds aren't important. It seems like that's what she was saying.
Well, the statute just says to be spent according to subsections 2A through whatever. The whole gamut. I mean, it just says to be spent according to the full eligible expenses, which would include mitigation, all the promotional side, the economic development, constructing and operating facilities, airports, the whole bit. I'm not really suggesting that because, like I say, this money was accrued from the promotional side.
Mm-hmm.
So probably best to spend it that way.
Okay, well, maybe outside of this workshop, we can discuss further.
Yeah. And I think it'd be worth, if we needed to, it's just, at this point, it's a reserve. We can bring it in to flush the budget out. If we saw some opportunity with economic diversification, I think we could legitimately bring it in for that. And same with any of these rec film convention expenses, responsible recreation, trail ambassadors, and I think that programming that's not related to what Christina would define as facilities, is also brings up a lot of other opportunities, like, for instance, some of the programming for recreational services for seniors at the Grand Center, some of the recreational and tourism-related programming that happens at Old Spanish Trail Arena. So it kind of opens the door to some other possibilities of sending money to other operations as well. At this point, I'm just kind of proposing just to use it to shore up the programs that we've got on the table right now without, but there is the opportunity to, brainstorm other possibilities as well. This is just what we've got on the table right now, and I need a little bit more money to balance the budgets.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I do support using the reserve funds in a way similar to this. I'm just a little bit puzzled by some of the details of how the things get meted out.
Well, it's definitely a very confusing law, that's for sure.
Can I ask a question about the stage?
Sure, yeah.
Is this the proper venue? I mean, all I've really seen is that email from Cassie about the stage. I think it's a great idea. And I wonder if anyone has analyzed how much money the rental of the stage is likely to bring in. And is it a thing that's likely to pay itself off over time, or do we not know those answers?
Well, Kathy said that, when they rent the same thing or something very similar, it's like $10,000 for a weekend.
Right.
And have to bring it in from Salt Lake or somewhere. I mean, I think that we'd want to certainly, have a fee that's reflective of our cost to store it and maintain it and train people and blah, blah, blah. But, we're a government entity, though, and so, we wouldn't generally charge anything that would be considered profit-making. But I think the concept definitely, is to help facilitate local venues, get more music, get more entertainment kind of stuff happening around here.
They talked about it a lot in the travel council, because that's kind of one place where the request came. And every year, the travel council helps out the folk festival. And the money that they give them almost always goes in, it just pretty much covers the cost of the stage. So they're looking at it that if we had our own stage, perhaps they wouldn't have to give as much to the folk festival, or the folk festival could use it in ways other than just that. So, yeah, the travel council is pretty supportive of getting the stage.
So is there
I'm curious.
any, Evan or somebody brought up, or maybe it's Gabe, I can't remember, but the possibility of plugging in the full amount and then, you know, trying to figure out if others are willing to split some of the costs later. Just want to make sure that everyone's good with where it's at right now with just half of it budgeted.
Do we want to make, is it something we really want to see happen?
I think it'd be great. I'm very pro stage.
It seems like a good use to these funds to me.
I think it seems like a good deal, especially if we can rent it out, you know, and get some return on it.
Agreed.
Okay, what do y'all think then about, you know, the budgeting for half versus the full amount?
I'm comfortable with budgeting the full to, you know, if we really want to make sure, you know, to see it happens.
Does anybody object to that?
I think if it's a potential future revenue generator, having that all in-house might simplify things.
I'm
Yeah,
okay. I'm
go
okay
ahead.
with doing the full again, as long as we're thinking about generating some revenue with it.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, this is Matt. Can I make a comment here on this?
Yes.
I'm not trying to discourage or encourage the stage. I don't know a whole lot about it, but depending on the type of stage that you're looking at, just being a prior roadie and otherwise, is this stage, does it have flying elements? Does it have like trusses and elevated arrays for lighting, speakers, and otherwise, or is it just a riser?
I don't know. I can send you what Cassie sent us. I think she sent a brochure on the.
So the reason for the question is that
rigging.
What?
It does have rigging.
So when you start talking elevated structures and rigging and some of this stuff, stages can get very dangerous very quickly, depending on what you're hanging on overhead trusses. And then that all comes back into the core component structure of the stage. Part of the whole reason why rentals are prevalent is because with more complex stages, before you have somebody perform on them, they need to be certified and signed off on, that they've been assembled the correct way, all the right pins and everything are set in there, particularly when you start pushing crowds in and around it too. So I saw you're mentioning here earlier, Evan, about operational costs. If it is a substantial type of a stage, that's something that you're going to want to consider ongoing, you know, to make sure that the stage is maintained, for one, stored properly, moved around properly, and then when it's set up and then de-rigged, that there's all those pieces that go into it. There's lots of parts into a full proper sound stage. So just throw that out there. The number you're looking at is probably just to buy the junk.
Oh, yeah.
we don't have anybody here that's certified.
It's not junk, Matt.
Oh, when you get a big pile of it, that's what it all turns into, brand new or otherwise. No, but I think it sounds like a great idea, but just operationally.
We did talk with Cassie about, she said that it's got to be, people have to have quite a bit of training to be able to set it up and use it. And I keep on, I think that it's true that there's going to be ongoing costs for sure. But it also, can come in handy for us as well, at Old Spanish Trail Arena, et cetera. And
I agree. Just every time you move it, every time you set it up, every time you tear it down, there's, and we can bring that in house and otherwise, but just to throw it out there as a reminder, there is going to be maintenance costs and ongoing costs with that stage.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the budgeting process is kind of just carving out this sort of broad umbrellas, categories of spending. And I just say, if you like the concept, we'll budget for it, and then we'll, work out the details later. If it ends up not working out for some reason, then we just don't spend the money. But this is just a process where we're authorizing ourselves to spend money in a particular way, but we're not obligating ourselves to.
I appreciate that. And I'm all for the stage. I say go for it, but hopefully you don't see me out there rigging stuff.
You don't want to be the Grand County roadie?
I've been the Grand County roadie for a while, and this is one that I know enough to be dangerous.
We're gonna get you on the Grand Center sound system first.
Yeah. There's been some stuff with that already too. So, anyways, thanks, guys.
Yeah. All right. So it sounds like I didn't hear any objection to going for the full amount, which just means, that I'll have to pull that much more money out of the fund balance. And
Chris, this was the event development motion balance we're talking about.
Yeah, well, there's a fund balance for this entire fund, and the fund balance could go, towards a variety of different things.
Okay.
At this point, I'm just proposing to pull it out to cover some of the things we've already had in mind, and we're kind of running a little short on. And of course, realizing also that fund balance money you kind of have to consider to be one-time money, because it's not annual revenue. It was revenue in past years, but not necessarily ongoing. So. But it makes sense to spend it on these one-time kind of things, like the hotspot or the stage or whatever. That's going to only be like 1 year or 3 years or whatever. Something that's we know isn't going to last forever. Although, the pilot shuttle program might end up costing money forever. Who knows? So, I don't know if there's more to discuss with this unless we had more discussion about the film commission or anything. I did want to kind of move over to the tourism promotion side too, and have a bit of discussion there. Is everybody good with this one? We can move on to the promotion side.
Everyone good?
The tourism promotion side's kind of scattered all around. Like I say, August and I are working on trying to clean this up, but we're still using some of these old accounts, and you kind of almost have to look more on the notes section here to see what things are. So right now, this main, and August can kind of chime in too, but this main advertising line is where we spent, most of the big ticket ad spends come out of this line. See, in 2019, we're about 2.1 million. Back in 2019, this fund almost entirely did nothing but tourism promotion. So there's been, some significant changes relative to statutory changes. But this is the ad spend we have. We've got billboards in here, 40,000. You know, I'm not a big fan of billboards myself, I have to say, but if we give them up, and we've got responsible recreation messaging on them right now, if we give them up, they're not going to have responsible messaging on them, you know, so it's one thing. But there's also about 400,000 for the more general ad spend. And I know that Kevin might have some discussion on this, both in terms of how much we're budgeting and then others, you know, may have, we probably should discuss what our thoughts are around how the commission wants to be involved in authorizing and reviewing the messaging, the advertising messaging, the promotional messaging. So I think I'll just kind of turn it over to you guys. I think that's kind of set the stage for it, but I think you know what I'm trying to get you to discuss here.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I've discussed this with August as well in the past, but I would like to see like a new advertising policy where ads have to go through the commission and be approved. I think in the past, most commissioners at least haven't really known exactly what the advertising is. It's an issue that the public cares a lot about. So, you know, I think the buck stops with us, and we should be aware of exactly what advertising we're doing. We want to make sure that all of that advertising is something we approve of.
I agree with that, Kevin.
I think we all do.
I can chime in here. I think one thing that Kevin and I discussed was kind of that it seems like there's 3 options, like a menu of kind of directions on this. I don't know if this is what we want to talk about today, but and Kevin, please kind of fill in what I missed. But that kind of option 1, which is least restrictive, is kind of rewriting the existing ordinance that governs what can be in the advertising activity. The second one would be some kind of a review committee in which all advertising gets seen and run by the commission, but doesn't require an affirmative vote in order for that ad to be placed. Or something along the lines of, if the committee and the commission's too busy and there's an urgent need to place something, that could still be placed, so long as there's a report, you know, everything gets seen and goes through that process. And then the most restrictive being that, you know, if this is a subcommittee or what have you, that, you know, an affirmative action and vote by the commission is required before, you know, committing or placing or developing any kind of advertising strategy. Kevin, does that kind of sum up the menu that we kind of discussed? I don't know if that's where we want to go today, but that's.
Yeah, no, I think that does reflect our earlier conversation. I think it could also be a combination of your second and third options, and that, you know, initially things require an affirmative vote, but if there's kind of a general direction set, we might want to say, okay, let's, you know, run ads, you know, following these general criteria, but, you know, please run them by us first, you know, give us a chance to look at them before they go ahead. But, you know, it's not, you don't have to wait for us to give some kind of affirmative yes.
Can I throw out, since we were just talking about the film commission, and if we were to fully fund that the film commission, that also should be the case with the permits that are being laid out by the film commission, because we've wrote a letter not very far in the past for, I think it was Chevy, right? And they obviously got a permit through the film commission, and then we had to write Chevy and say, hey, we don't appreciate how you're, you know, wanting to drive your trucks across the desert. So I don't know if we want to throw that into everything, because that's advertising. It's not directly advertising from our county, but it's advertising from companies that are using the background of our county.
Yeah, so the Film Commission actually doesn't do any permitting.
Okay, well, on that document, it stated all their permits. So where are those permits?
Put in from the city. So the permits, you know, most of the permits are going to either be with BLM, Park Service, sometimes or Sovereign Lands. The city does actually charge for filming within the city, Grand County currently has no requirement for getting a permit on private property within Grand County. I don't know how much filming happens on private property in Grand County, out in the unincorporated part of the county. Sometimes filming does happen in the city, and the city would permit it. But I think most of the permitting happens through the land management agencies. But as far as I know, Film Commission doesn't, unless it was, within the city and it was a city issue specifically, I don't think that issuing authority on any filming permit.
Okay, well, okay.
But they do, they refer, there's quite a lot of scouts, location scouts, and film crew folks around, and so Film Commission oftentimes acts as a referral agency where somebody will show up and they say, I need these types of crew members, and then Film Commissioner would get in touch with all the locals who do that kind of work and set them up with the work. And so there's a lot of just kind of networking and just getting the right people in touch with the right people, those kinds of things too.
Yeah, and I would say, kind of to your point, Trish, which is, if I'm understanding it correctly, that the messaging that is implied in the cool new Tacoma ad shot in Castle Valley or something like that is that it's demonstrating what you could do with your cool new car in our area in a way that is not what we appreciate. And I think that if anything, having a film commissioner who is clued into the goals and desires of kind of the commission, having that, if their relationship isn't like a permitting clearinghouse, it's much more, if they're on the site, Viga is on site often for these. And, I don't know how much obviously creative control one can exercise, but having that relationship and educational mouthpiece, I think would be a real asset in that way.
Yeah, I think along those lines, certainly a film commissioner can educate folks on best practices. And that would be a good thing to do. But we don't really have any control over, the projects that people engage in. If we don't have control over what permits the BLM provides or the Park Service provides or the state provides. And so
I agree with Trish that we should do what we can to try to control the types of ads, and that Chevy ad being a kind of a good negative example. But for the advertising we pay for, we're in complete control. And for the films, we have only very slight control. So I think the mechanics of those two things are very different. So I don't think it's part of the same ordinance or same bundle of procedures.
Well, when I drafted our policy, I was aware that we were providing money out of TRT for the Film Commission, and I did include in the policy a requirement that the Film Commission educate film crews on best practices, along the same lines as all of our other messaging platforms. So that's already in policy.
Yeah.
But again, I just have to say, I'm just saying that we don't, I don't think that we would be able to expect the film commissioner to go after an ad company if they had the wrong message. I think that that's kind of putting staff in a pretty precarious position, especially when they don't have control over it. But they certainly can say, well, that's not the kind of thing that we would engage ourselves in, and politely sort of recuse ourselves from being involved. But, that I'm just saying, I think it would be pretty tough to put staff in a position where they were trying to give direction to how somebody's ad was going to go. I don't think that would go over very well. Certainly the commissioners can do that, and the politicians. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do think the ads and, the ads that other people are producing are, from our point of view, are very different from the ads that we're paying for ourselves. And I just think they should be largely separate discussions when we decide how to deal with them.
Okay.
But I don't know if this budget hearing is a place to get into too much detail, but I for one, would like to see us, draft a new policy on ads that has more commission oversight about the amount and content, et cetera, of the ads.
Yeah, and I think that's an easy thing to do. Maybe we should just do a short little workshop at some point and revise the policy. And I think that August could probably take some of your ideas and do the first draft, And that's something that I think that would be really easy to accomplish pretty quickly.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything anybody else wanted to cover on the TRT budget or TRT policy? So like I say, right now,
I remember there was a one-liner once about the Airbnb stuff being paid to where the company was based out of rather than where the operations were happening. Do you happen to have a quick update on that and how that might affect this budget?
I don't actually have an update on that. Have you heard anything about that, August, or Melissa, or anybody?
I know that Tax Commission is aware of it. We met with some of the Summit County folks at the Utah Association of Counties meeting, and they're aware of it. So I think it's on people's radars. I don't have an update in terms of increased revenue generation as a result of those kinds of compliance activities. But it would be, it's on our radar to pursue, and that would be under it looks like Melissa's got her hand raised if she might know more on this than I do.
Yeah, go ahead, Melissa.
Hey, I'm sorry. It's actually Mary Lou. I was just over sitting at my desk.
Okay.
I just wanted to give you the update, what I know from Jeanette. What Jeanette has suggested is that Christina and the other lawyer, the lawyers from Kanab, I believe it was, get together. And that's why we gave Christina, had her fill out the paperwork, the disclosure, so she can get on that. And that's where it ended, Chris. But
all right, so we'll keep looking into that. I did do and so just to clarify, I don't know if everybody even understands what we're talking about, but the Tax Commission realized that Airbnb was remitting their TRT to the mailing address, the location, the entity's location of where the mailing address is for the owner, as opposed to the physical location of the actual rental. And I did an analysis, just a quick analysis, and about I think 56% of our short-term rentals have out-of-town mailing addresses, and I'm not saying that all of those short-term rentals are on Airbnb, but probably a lot of them are, or some other version of Airbnb, VRBO, or whatever. And so that could represent a really huge chunk of TRT that's being collected in Grand County and then sent to some other place. And so, yeah, it's something that we need to follow up on for sure.
And Chris, are we also looking in past years, not just correcting it in the future, but maybe getting revenue that should have been paid to us in recent years?
Sure, yeah. I don't know how that would go over, but
this is Christina. I was unaware this was in my court, but I do work with King County a lot. That's Rob Van Dyke and the Summit County attorney. So I'll get with them on sort of a joint approach with the state, how to deal with it.
Because yeah, technically speaking, it's against the law what they're doing. I mean, it's clear in state law that you remit the tax to the location where the rental is. But these big companies, you know, they're tough to deal with, and we should definitely work on it. It just seems like what does it matter to them where they send them TRT, you know? And so it seems like just a clerical correction could make a big difference, you know?
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
It's Mary Lou again. Just to clarify on that, when I spoke with Jeanette about this, she said we can't go backwards and collect anything. It can only be forward. But again, it's the Airbnb who is holding back, breaking down the information so they can figure out where the payments are going. So that's who, if Christina's going after anybody, it has to fight with the Airbnb to release the people that is actually paying the taxes, and Airbnb won't release to each individual.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll follow up on that. Yeah, I mean, it really could be a lot of money leaving the community that was earned here. Anyway.
What happens if they're out of state addresses?
Well, maybe that's why they like it, because then they don't pay anything.
I would be, you know, if I paid my income taxes to the wrong state, I think I would still be liable for past years. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you know, I tend to go after those things to the greatest extent possible, so we'll work on it.
So back to your earlier question, Chris, about other issues. Could you show me the line item for the responsible trails?
So, I mean, there's kind of two components. Well, there's the trail ambassador, which is 80,000.
Mm-hmm.
Then this 126,835 is the one for responsible recreation programming.
Okay, so that's another place where I would be in favor of taking some money out of reserves just to raise that budget a little bit higher. I think we probably in this coming year had the capacity to spend more, and I think that's a pretty good use of these TRT promotion funds.
Okay, how much do you think?
Oh, well, you know, as you pointed out before, this is just authorizing spending, and if we can't actually do it, then we just don't spend the money. So I would raise it up to $300,000 or $400,000.
All right. I mean, it is money that we're going to have to spend. State law does preclude us from holding more than 50% of our annual revenue in the fund balance, which is at this point going to be around 4.5 million. So, you know, I'm projecting that we'll be around 3. So, I mean, we are approaching the statutory limit, and we would end up having to spend the money one way or the other.
Okay, so that's an argument for taking more out of the reserves.
Yeah.
What goes into that programming? It's separate from trail ambassadors?
Yeah, so this is like, you know, basically in-town advertising, like signage telling people to stay on the trails, and things of that nature. So it's not really aimed at bringing more people into town. It's aimed at influencing the behavior of both tourists and residents when they're here visiting.
I'm with you, Kevin. I agree that that's a great use of those funds, and I think that program's effective.
Does that include dog waste management?
I think it could, sure.
I think it could. It's needed.
I mean, there are little like dog waste bags around. I was just wondering if that was part of it.
I think that's a great idea, Sarah.
Education about that as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, this goes back to, I think, 2018. The county appointed like a subcommittee of various, you know, interested user groups to come up with ways of spreading the word about responsible recreation. And so there's a big list of. We've compiled a big list of things to do. Right. And now what we've run into is, you know, just the, you know, it's just hard to spend the money because it takes staff time or commissioner time or whatever. So I think the idea about the dog bag is going to be added to a very long list of good ideas. Spend it. And actually, apropos of that, Chris, maybe I've missed my opportunity, but at what point, if one wanted to hire someone to, like, then maybe a dedicated staff member for responsible trails instead of having Maddie do it just in part-time, in which budget discussion should that be brought up?
Right now, I guess.
Well, then I guess I would also like to float that idea, because I think we have discovered, I think Maddie's done a great job, but she also is stretched pretty thin, and I don't, she's got a lot of other things to do. So if we had an additional staff person just focused on this kind of in-town messaging, I think that's a very good way to spend. And
we are proposing to reclassify Melissa Stock's position to do, the message, generally speaking, for not just out of town advertising, but in town also. And Melissa's actually been involved in all of the messaging efforts to date. And so one of the proposals in what we've already seen is to, enhance her position and give her some more responsibility.
Well, I think if Melissa has the time to do that, that's great. But I think my observation from the past year is that there's a lot of ideas that are very uncontroversial. Everybody thinks they're a great idea, but they haven't happened yet just because of staff time limitations. So I don't know how much extra time Melissa has, but if she's got,
I don't know. We'll have to talk. I mean, it may be just an organizational issue, or maybe we do need more staff time, because we were going through a transition, about the same time we started that responsible recreation committee. The travel council was going through a big transition, and not everybody was exactly sure what their job was. But we're pulling it all back together now, under, different policy and different considerations. And so I think what I'll do is talk with August and Melissa and Robert and, see what they feel like their capacity is, and then maybe put together a proposal for another position if it works out. I mean, one of the things to realize is, we can, this particular slice of the budgets, has some statutory limits. I think we can work with it. We've obviously got some money to pull out of fund balance to make it work too for a while. So I'll talk with August and then see what they all think their needs are. I mean, there's space constraints too, with regard to bringing another position on. But I'll get back with you on that. And I don't know, August, are you still on?
Yep, I'm still here.
So yeah, let's talk about that. We'll see what kind of space we have and how much you guys think you can tackle, trying to provide support to the Responsible Recreation Committee.
For sure. And I think also if the intention is to support the Trail Ambassador program and the human management of that, then we should have Maddie in that conversation.
Well, I mean, Maddie's fine doing the Trail Ambassadors. She didn't feel really capable of doing the other part, necessarily leading it anyway. I think she wants to be involved.
I see what you're saying. So the Trail Ambassador side isn't the management.
So yeah, I took, this 80,000 in the Trail Ambassadors is being transferred over to Maddie's fund, and she's going to run the Trail Ambassadors. But this other component, is a little broader. It's kind of an element that, all the elements that are approved come through this sort of informal committee process. But then we need staff to just follow through on it, and lend support in the way that staff typically does to make sure that it all happens, that it gets paid for, everybody follows through on it, that it gets implemented and put up, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think, Chris, that's a good description of what needs to happen, and whether we do that with existing staff after reorganization or we bring on new staff. I guess that's up to you guys to make a proposal. But I just want to make sure in this coming year we do have, one way or the other, the staff time to do those things.
Okay. All right, we'll get
So
back
if we
with you.
budgeted 300,000, that would be ample to also hire somebody, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think, probably depends on what kind of benefits package somebody would have. But 80,000 or less would cover a position, including salary and benefits. But we'd have to figure out, we'd have to run the market data on it, just like we did all the other positions, and figure out what kind of grade, it should be at, and those kind of things. Draft a job description, et cetera. But, we could bump this up to, like I say, if we wanted to. I mean, Kevin suggested 300,000 to 400,000. We could go 400.
So that 274 for the current year projections, that's what we actually expect to spend this year?
That's what we had. This is our mid-year budget amendment numbers.
Okay, but are we on track to spend that much, or are we going to fall short?
Oh, no.
Okay.
So right now we've only spent, we've got the water bottle bill, I guess we need to pay on still, but we've only spent about 14,358 out of this fund. Maybe there is more that.
Okay.
Is out.
Yeah. So I think it's the gap between that 14,000 and the 274,000 that I'm hoping that gap narrows in 2022.
And it really is probably relative to not having dedicated staff working on this. But, I know that there's going to be the water bottles with responsible messaging, that's going to hit this account. But besides that, probably not a lot, quite honestly. There are some expenses that Maddie's incurred that would qualify, and probably Andrea Brand too, that could, be taken out of here as well. But I need to touch base with them. I know there's other expenses that are probably, that could be transferred in here and come out of wherever they're at right now. So, but yeah, trying to hit that 274 this year, I don't think we'll make that.
Yeah.
It's probably going to go down a little bit anyway, because this was one of my higher projections, and not a lot, but it will probably go down a little bit anyway, just given the revised revenue projections. By the end of the year anyway. Okay. Anything else on TRT discussion? Or, trail ambassador discussion or anything like that?
I don't know. Okay, this one's kind of like, I'm not sure where it goes, but the greater world of watershed management is seeking an agency to sort of umbrella a water monitoring program, which in my mind, maybe this isn't TRT, but it'd be cool if the county could be the person or the entity that is sort of administrating this overarching water monitoring program. And it's pretty simple. It just means like gathering data on some monitoring wells and submitting it to the state. But so far, there's nowhere where that could fit in the county. But I was thinking economic development might make sense, as much sense as other things. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out here because I'm not even sure who to coordinate with in order to make this kind of thing happen.
Right now, we're paying for the Moab Area Watershed Partnership contribution out of our health, out of the general fund's public health section. So it's actually kind of combined with our payment to the health district. I guess they're operating under the health district right now. They used to operate under USU Extension. But that's where we're paying for that contribution right now. I kind of doubt that would be eligible for TRT. The economic diversification component is defined, as programming that's reasonably similar to the state's economic development programming. Go Utah programming, and they probably don't have anything like that. But you know,
I
I
could
don't know.
sell it as like understanding water resources is essential towards understanding the potential for economic development. They're integrally related, but I can see that maybe it would be a tough sell for the state.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a stretch, but doesn't mean we can't find money for it some other way. I guess it just depends on what we're talking about. So you're saying it's mostly just somebody who would need to do data entry and upload?
Yeah, and I'm gonna find out more after this next Mulberry Watershed Partnership meeting, but it does sound like it's a very part-time thing. But it just, we need to host it.
Chris, do we? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Do we contribute money to USU Extension? I thought I saw that as a line item.
Yeah, we actually contribute the entire budget, pretty much.
Okay. So, and what for the services that they provide to the community, as far as is that why we are given money to USU? I guess I'm not.
Well, I think that it's I'm not really sure. It's been that way forever, and I think that extension services have always been sort of a county component. The USU Extension Services, I don't know how it started, you know, but I think it's just been that way for a long time.
So I'm wondering if we already have a line item for that, Sarah, if they can't take that over. Anyways, if we're already giving them money.
Well, it could be. I mean, that's another option that could do it if we just, you know, pitched in some resources. But you know, it might be good, depending on how time consuming it is, you know, for a Vista to do also, or somebody.
Right.
Or it could be punishment when you're bad, but you have to do data entry.
It's like uploading. It's not even data entry.
I'm pretty sure that commissioners are capable of that.
Yeah, there just needs to be continuity. I'll come back with more information about that, though. Sorry to derail.
All right. Okay, so anything else with TRT? We've got a couple other things I want to cover at least. Or 3 more things, actually. Are we ready to move on?
I think we better.
Yeah. And so, let me pull up. We'll just kind of hit this one because this is the more important one to cover. So let's go through our capital requests. This is a lot the same as I showed you last time, although there's more detail this time around. A few things have changed. So for the court, and I broke it out sort of by the different buildings or how it's associated. So for the courthouse, we still got the generator, the mechanical room upgrades. I kind of misinterpreted the HVAC, and so each unit's about 25,000, and we know we're going to need about 4 of them. So that's 100,000 total. That's actually a reduction from last time. Also, Sean thinks that the control unit's probably not necessary because the new units are going to come with a more sophisticated controller kind of built into them. So we canceled that part. We did add in this drainage. This is actually roof drainage for the Emergency Operations Center. Right now, all the water comes off the roof and turns the driveway and the sidewalk going into the building into an ice rink. And so this would be, you know, changing the way that the roof drains, creating some gutters, I guess, to move it around different places and not let it freeze up. The roof itself also needs work, so these two might be able to happen at the same time. Then, as last time, the other phase for the Grand Center roof. Then Matt says that, you know, it would be best to do our core server and storage upgrade next year. Let's see. There's quite a variety of. Last time I just put in this should all add up to about 321,000. These are the airport's capital requests, and this time it's broken out by project. I don't know, Andy, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. I can help
You wanna-
explain if there's a question.
Well, maybe you could just go through some of this stuff real fast. I'll just say real quick, these designations on the right, you know, give some indication of whether or not the county would have to fund it out of a general fund or whatever, or airport revenue, or if it could come out of one of our CARES Act grants.
Right. I did remove one item, so it's closer to about 305,000 now. One project specifically, hangar, or maybe it wasn't that one. I don't know if it's on here. We're trying to do some hangar roof work that needs to get done, but because the weather's too cold, we're going to need to bump that to 2022. But what we do have here is I've identified the projects that are grant eligible, which you can see. These two are specifically are important. I do have the priority in this order. Well, it's not quite in that order, but we can pick and choose. But these are things that are just going to help the airport as a whole move forward with things that we need to get done. So the concept is, I think we have enough budget and grant funds to help with the operating and maintenance bud, as well as debt service, along with paying for some of these projects. I'm hoping the county could help front some of the costs for these other things that we need to try to get done.
So Andy, on some of these, it seems like some of these are also grant eligible. That are you just suggesting that the county pick them up instead of use the grant, or?
Well, so running through, if we're going to get a vendor, I'll just start at the top real quick. If we're going to get a vendor, we do need to have electrical power. That's why they did not do well in the past. Water meters, we want to be able to install those on key buildings so that we know who's actually using what water and then charge them accordingly. So over time, that will be a wash because I don't think we're collecting enough and it's hard to determine who is actually using what. These are one-time costs for the ARF truck and then any building drainage. So that'd be a 1-year thing. Oh, here it is, hangar A and B improvements. So I do have that on here. This one is what we need some roof work done regarding leaks and other support features with some, because there's some bent beams in there, I guess probably from when it moved years and years ago. The terminal items, those are not eligible for grants actually. Terminal is pretty low on what, now if it's maintenance, we can accept maintenance, but like a backup power generator, that would be questionable. Maybe we could make that argument, but like landscaping modifications or any terminal construction, that would not be eligible. So that's why I've identified those as county. The riding paint sprayer is, we might, if there's funds available this year, we might be able to purchase that this year. And Toggy Pet Relief Area, that's been something that has been on the list for some time now. And it's just to help meet ADA requirements and then having an actual relief area. So we do have grass and some doggy bags available. So we do meet the requirement. Terminal concessions, that if we were to consider some of the open space in the terminal building to turn that into a concession area. There's been a lot of interest for the space, but we don't have any drainage or water hookups. And I think that would be an expensive fix. So maybe we look at the food truck route initially, see how well that does, and then we can consider what to do with that space. So that one could get pulled potentially. And then additional circuit breakers, just the need for more power, especially when it comes to the baggage screening machine that TSA should be getting this month. We're trying to look at some drawing sets to figure out how that might fit and what that looks like, but there's going to be electrical needs in the terminal. And then hangar development assistance is a sort of a placeholder for, we have, you know, between 5 to 10 people that want to build hangars. And for project oversight, we may need to rely on Armstrong Consultants to make sure that things are built to spec and whatnot. So there's some oversight there. We could push those costs to the developers themselves, but I just wanted this just in case we needed to front any funds for something. Hopefully that'll help to explain them all.
Anybody have any questions on these airport projects?
These are all general fund expenditures, right? Or did we decide that airport is eligible for DRT?
Well, the airport is eligible for the other side of the TRT, but that's all used up already. There's some grants that we got. We got this original grant. Both of these are about $1 million each, I think. We've spent all but about $329 out of the number 35 grant, and we have about 560 or 570,000 left out of 36. And potentially another grant coming for another $1 million that we're working on that's similar to this 36 grant. I mean, the big thing that I guess, Andy, I would say is to cancel out this 50,000 at the bottom. You know, if they want to develop hangars, then we got to figure out a way to, you know, get them to pay their own way on it or reduce it a lot.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, it should be a pass-through cost, honestly.
So anyway, yeah, I mean, my recommendation would be to zero that one out.
So
Anybody?
how does
go ahead.
this break down for what is the cost out of the general fund?
Well, these grants, well, grant number 35, what's left of grant number 35 is going to get transferred in the capital projects for the airport. Grant 36 actually goes into the general fund. So the revenue from the airport is required to be spent on the airport because of our FAA contracts, and that's about $400,000 a year. And so that revenue can, you know, certainly go back into the airport, and it actually has to. Of course, their operating budget's double that or more alone. So there's, you know, the revenue from the airport that goes into the general fund that could be transferred over to cover these expenses. There's also this grant money that comes into the general fund that could be used. So in the instances where Andy specified these FAA AIP numbers, the grants can cover those. And so the general fund would be, you know, the non-grant portion of the general fund could be covering these other ones that say county. TRCC can go to the airport also, but right now we're sending all the TRT to, our TRCC to OSTA and the Grand Center. And so, you know, there's no more extra TRCC either.
And as a quick reminder, so the riding paint sprayer, if there are funds this year, we could order that and pay for that this year, so that might get removed.
All right. Yeah, I mean, in general, it doesn't really matter which year you buy it in because it's going to have the same effect one way or the other. But and it sounds like these hangar improvements have to happen pretty quick too. But yeah, these are, you know, partly subsidized by the airport's $400,000 or so a year in revenue. Partly subsidized also by these grants. You know, these grants can help offset operational costs too. And so, you know, it's kind of a good time to try to get caught up at the airport because we have all this grant money coming in. Normally, I would probably not be okay with $300,000 airport capital request.
Yeah.
But since we have the grant money to cover a lot of it, and to also offset the remainder of their operational expenses that aren't covered by the grant, also, it definitely makes a big difference.
Yeah, it seems like a big price tag to me too, but with taking that 50,000 off, maybe we can get that back in fees when they actually develop. And with the grant stuff in play here, I think we could just kind of maybe move on to some of the other areas and kind of leave this as it is now. And if we need to tighten up the overall budget later, revisit it. But
okay, so let's move on to
in the whole picture. I'm not ready to start whittling it away yet.
Yeah, I mean, right now the request is dropping from where it was when we saw it at the tentative budget. So it's not getting worse. That's good. Or I mean, I don't know that you want to call it worse. It's not getting more expensive anyway. But so moving on to Old Spanish Trail Arena. Angie, are you on?
I am. I'm here.
Do you want to so let's first just talk about the non-rec district requests, and then we'll switch over to the rec district associated requests. So here we've got tractor lease, new UTV, the valve. Also just kind of listed out the panels and fire suppression.
Yeah. That's what I have. The valve is a backflow valve. It's a little difficult, not quite sure how much the actual valve's going to be, but it's going to be more labor than it will be for the actual valve itself.
Yeah, so just as a point of clarification, this is already included in their operating budget, but I'm kind of thinking the auditors may want us to move it into this. So the requests that you kind of haven't seen already are more associated with this tractor lease. And so, Angie, you just want to go over what you're proposing to do with the tractors?
Yeah, so currently we have one older tractor that is sitting up at the road department getting a new clutch put into it. That tractor is not big enough to pull some of our bigger implements. So it's not really usable for bigger events like the rodeo and things along those lines. It's pretty much for light maintenance duty around the property. So we would like to trade that one in and upgrade to a bigger tractor. And the overall goal, I've been communicating with Cody at the road department on this. The overall goal would be to get the tractors on a lease program. So that way we always have new equipment coming in and it will save on maintenance. When these tractors go down, it really inhibits what we could do, and it could cost us events if they go down. So the goal is to get rotating tractors coming in every 2 years. So this lease is a 5-year lease for $10,000 a year on this particular one. And it would be a new John Deere 5100E. Anybody have any questions on that one?
So yeah, that would just basically transferring over to a lease program. About $10,000 a year. The tractor, if we went that way, Angie's estimating about $14,000 to $20,000 we could sell the tractor for, the old one. The UTV they've got right now could probably be sold too, but it's probably not worth more than $2,000 or $3,000 because it's pretty bad shape.
Yeah, we had to weld the muffler back up just last week. It's barely hanging on.
And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but is the fire suppression eligible for a capital tourism expenditure? Is there any?
Well, it would be a part of a facility, and so it would be for the, like I say, the part of the TRT that we're using for law enforcement, but not the others. So Christine kind of definitively said we can't use it for facility.
Okay. I'm just going to keep asking. Yeah.
So Chris, what's the significance of the 0 in column B under fire suppression? Does that mean we're not doing it, or?
Yeah, I'm just, we're just bringing it up. So Angie got some quotes that, a couple anyway. One, the state fire quote came in at over $300,000 to replace the system. Then she talked to somebody else who said it was more like around $80,000. It's not something that I think we need to do next year, but I'm just bringing it up because I think it's going to be a big expense within 2 or 3 years. So I'm just zeroing it out because I'm not proposing to pay for it next year, but I just wanted to get it on the radar that this is another big expense that we're probably going to have to deal with. But we have a pretty broad range of quotes for the service. But it sounds to me like the real estimates, actually require that we pay somebody to come in and do a little bit of work to figure out, what it's really going to take.
And this is replacing sprinklers within the building or something else?
Yeah. Right now it's a glycol-based sprinkler system. There are some other options. Basically the pipes are all rusting out and the joints are all starting to leak because the pipes are corroded. So it's not going to last forever. And I think it's lasted about as long as you can expect it to. It's probably the original that was in the building when it was built. And they're just corroding.
Yeah, it is. And so we are considered a wet system right now. The quote that I got for $80,000 is for a dry system. So it depends on whether we want to go dry or wet. But I think we should also invest some money and have someone come out and measure and quote the facility out and base our quotes off of that.
Okay. So then I also pulled some other requests in, and these are kind of a little bit separate because these are the requests that we make to the Recreation Special Service District about projects we'd like their assistance with out at Old Spanish Trail Arena. And so these ones are kind of contingent upon whatever the rec district approves. And then there'll also be a reciprocal revenue. This should actually probably come down here. As sort of a note that there's revenue associated with these ones. And normally whatever the rec district approves is, for projects, they'll commit the same amount in revenue. So it kind of comes out as in the wash, but we still have to budget for it, both the revenue and the expenses. So this is what Angie proposed, which I think is about $161,000. They probably won't approve all of that. And so they have their meeting tomorrow. Is that right, Angie?
Yeah, tomorrow we meet at 7, and I proposed this list to them last month. I am 90% sure that field conditioner is going to happen because that's on a discounted rate. And it's only good. They're only holding that price until the end of the month for me.
Okay. So anyway, what we normally do with this budget is just go with whatever the rec district approves because they're going to pay for it. We'll buy it, then they'll reimburse us. So this is kind of separate from these other components up here, which are going to be more on the county's dime. If that makes sense. So the total then, is $1,152,000. But of course, 161 of it kind of gets zeroed out. if the rec district approves it. So we're sub, you know, from what the county would be obligated to spend, we're below $1 million. And I think I was around 1.2 million when I presented it in the tentative budget. I'm going to just look real fast and see if I can find that number real quick. So when I presented it the first time, it was 1,283,000, and now it's come down. So if we just do this minus 161, so about 991,000 now. So I think we're okay financially speaking still. Anybody have any more discussion or potential changes to our capital projects budget? All right, let's move on then real quick to cover our fund balances and debt summary if we can get to it. If I can find it. Here we go. So this current column is mostly to be ignored. Because we're in the middle of the year and most of the transfers haven't happened, property tax hasn't rolled in, blah, blah, blah. So there's only a few of these that I'm going to point out. Most of these are really irrelevant because they're not going to be anywhere near a reflection of how we'll end up at the end of the year. But I do want to cover the opening fund balances. So at the beginning of the year, the general fund had $6,572,000. Pretty decent fund balance there. We've got $430,000 in our health insurance.
And Chris, what's for the general fund? What's the upper limit of what we can have in that fund balance?
It's 50%, or it used to be 50% of our annual unrestricted general fund revenue, which I never really entirely figured out how the auditors calculate that. I know they don't include any infusion of TRT. They don't include any infusion of TRCC. So would be, you know, like property tax, our 2 general fund sales and use taxes, all of our charges for services, that kind of stuff. So we don't get to count the TRT that comes in or the TRCC.
But are we getting close to the limit then, or are we still well below?
Yeah, I think if it didn't go, it went up to 65%, and I think if it didn't go up, we would have to transfer money out into capital projects, or we probably would push the limit. So we're about as close as, you know, we were as close as we could get. I still need to do some calculations. We were about as much in the general fund balance as we could get, but the limit went up to 65%, so we get another 15%. I'll have to calculate what that is. I mean, most of this we're saving up for capital projects anyway, and so, you know, if you have an identified capital project, there's no real limit to how much you can have in your fund balance for capital projects as long as you actually identify what the money's for. This is, you know, just more of the rainy day fund, and there is a limit to that. But most of this we really, not most, but, you know, at least half of that we really should transfer over to capital projects anyway. Health insurance, we've got a little bit of a working balance there. That's probably partly due to Cigna screwing up our rates, and we built some balance in there. Got some money in the 911, $320,000, which can be used for dispatch, radios, communication, etc. Started off the year with about $400,000 in stormwater. We spent a little bit and added another $400,000, so now we're at $793,000 Thompson Fire has about a $24,000 fund balance, or they did. There's some capital projects though that we need to pay for, so that's probably going to get cut in half at least, if not more, just from paying for a new generator and fire truck tires, etc. Class B roads started off about $3 million. At this point, they're about 3.9, but that'll probably come back down by the end of the year. TRCC, so we have a.
For the
go
Class
ahead.
B roads, is that getting close to the limit?
I don't know if they have a limit. I mean, it might.
Okay.
I'm not really sure about that.
So that 65%, it doesn't apply to each of these things individually in any way. It's just the general fund.
No, I don't think so. I'd have to look at the statute on B road money. It's not just B road. We call it B roads, but it's, you know, our roads and bridges fund, which is mostly B road, but also optional transportation tax and a few other miscellaneous revenue items.
And so in that fund, is that just a cushion, or are we saving up for capital projects? Okay.
Capital projects mostly, and a cushion. I mean, we have also, I probably should have sorted these a little better, but we have the road capital projects down here that also has 2.4 million in it. And then this up here. So this is all really, you know, this is the one that we use for the really big projects. And then Bill's more, they're still big projects, but not as big of projects, I guess. You know, this is the fund balance for their general fund, general operating fund, and then we've also got this capital projects down here. So about, yeah, 5.5 million or thereabouts for road project money, which again, you know, it sounds like a lot, but you know, Spanish Valley Drive is going to be 30, 40 million. Who knows what Sand Flats will be when we have to do that. So ends up being, you know, just match money for some kind of grant. TRCC, we do have about 240,000 that we could pull out and spend. This larger amount right here is just because we haven't transferred this year's TRCC up into the general fund or some of the other places it goes to. This one is the TRT, which I brought up earlier, about 1.475 million starting the year, now up to 3.3. This is probably going to drop down by the end of the year, but you know, that's the money we were talking about drawing off of. Miscellaneous grants. Most of this is actually probably weed department money that should be transferred, I would say, up into the general fund at some point. And, you know, these are all the biological weed control grants that we got that cover salaries, benefits, etc. And so that's kind of built up over the years and probably could be moved up into the general fund. Here's the TRT mitigation money that we could pull for additional mitigation needs if we needed to. Go to the general fund to offset law enforcement or search and rescue. This big number is just because we haven't transferred the money again to the general fund or solid waste or whatnot yet. Then designated funds, 85,000. This is just mostly like sheriff donations, search and rescue donations, those kinds of things. We're up to about 676 in impact fee account, and so, you know, we're going to need to use a lot of that next year for our capital facility as an impact fee plan because we pay for the plan right out of the same fees. This UMTRA amount, this 26,000, is actually the state lobbying money that we got. So that's like the balance on. In the past, we got some money from the state to help us lobby to get the tailings remedial project off the ground, and so we still have some of that money, and Mary and Joette and others use that sometimes, and so that's the balance there. The courthouse debt, we've got one more payment on the courthouse next year, which is about 198,000. So we have 315 in there right now, so once that 198 comes out of that, the remainder will be able to go just right up into the general fund. You can't move it into the general fund until after you retire the debt, though. So we actually quit collecting the property tax on that this year, and we won't collect on it next year either because we already have enough money to pay it off. One more payment. The building authority, this is mostly the EMS project. It's kind of in the hole right now, but that's just how it goes with these projects because we pay the money up front and then we request reimbursement, and it takes a little while. This is the library's debt. They have about $521,000 in here. This is the GO bond on the library. We can't really pull this money or use it until after the debt's retired, and that's quite a long time. It's dropped down to $384 right now because the property taxes just barely are starting to roll in, but this will probably pop back up to more like $530 next year, the beginning of next year. Then we've got our capital projects. We have about $318,000 in capital projects starting the year off, and we could use that also, you know, to work with in capital projects, money that's been put in there in years past that didn't get spent down. Then again, the road capital projects is for like the bigger projects that we're saving up for. The park, trails, rec. So this number is almost entirely composed of, the 617 is almost entirely our saved up money for paved trail maintenance, and also the remainder of the $200,000 that we set aside for the Spanish Valley Drive preliminary design work and whatnot. Airport capital, a little bit in there. Most of those are FAA grants that you know are we tend not to pay on those until we get the money from the FAA. So this fund balance stays pretty low, even though we're dealing with millions of dollars. Sam Flat started off with $980,000. That probably will go up this year. I don't know if it will stay up this high, 1.1 million, but their fund balance is pretty healthy. The library operation started off the year at 625. That's going to start creeping down pretty quickly if we do the salary adjustment, because this is what they would dig into, losing about 100,000 a year. You know, or they'd be about 100,000 in the red per year. So we would start eroding this fund balance for the library. Then the library has about 169,000 in their capital budget. So that's all the fund balance money that we have. Trying to go faster. Any questions on any of that? All right, so I'm just going to try to do a real quick rundown on our what we've got on debt. If I can find it. No, I'm not even seeing it. Well, I might have closed it. I can just send it to you in an email anyway. We probably want to take a break. Or I already sent it to you in an email, didn't I? Maybe for public edification, we can go over it real quick, if I can find it.
Yeah, I just found the debt summary in an email.
Yeah, now I'm having trouble.
I could send you the link. It looks like it's a
You want to just open it and share it for me? I've got too many screens open. I'm having trouble getting my email to.
Wait, I shouldn't have done that. I put it in the chat, but yes, I can do that. Hold on. I've never done that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm having trouble. Oh, I found it.
Oh, you did?
Okay. You can tell my brain's starting to get worn out on budgeting.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yep, ready to have it be over. All right, so real quick, we've got, like I talked about, we've got our courthouse geo bond. This is actually a refinance that happened in 2014, so this is just the remainder. It was actually probably about 30 years ago that it first went underway, got refinanced, and so we have one more payment on that that's due next year for 198. We got a $2.3 million loan, 2.5% interest rate for the jail remodel and dispatch remodel. That's about $150,000 a year. It'll be over in 2036, so we got about 2.2. So just one thing to clarify, these amounts on the loan side are just the principal. These amounts remaining on this side are principal and interest, so that's why sometimes the remainder is more than the loan was to begin with, due to interest. So we got the jail remodel we're paying on, still got a ways to go on that. The Grand Center was about, the Grand Center is actually two different bonds. One was 0% interest and one's 2.5% from the CIB, roughly half and half, not exactly, but that's about $2 million. It's about $86,000 a year, and we've got about $1.2 million to go on that. Tend to pay that off with the TRCC. We've got the GEO bond for the library itself, $2.5 million. That'll be over in 2041, so got a long ways to go on that one. But that revenue stream's covered by the property tax that's specific for it. And then we've got three different airport loans that are in process and still going to be a ways out to pay off. We've got one for the terminal remodel. We've got one for the runway expansion. Then we've got one for the taxiway and apron work. And so those are all 2.5% interest. And due date 2037, 2038, and then one of them is 2049. And again, we're paying those down normally with TRCC, but while we have CARES Act money, we'll use the CARES Act money to do it. Then we also carry some debt for some other entities. Moab Valley Fires used our municipal building authority. They've got a couple small loans for a fire truck and a fire station, you know, but we have an agreement with them that they pay us, and then we pay the debt off. Same with the housing authority, their remodel on the building that's that old office supply building over by the movie theater. They went through us to get that bond, and so they're paying us $19,000 a year, and they will until 2041. And that's it for our debt load. It's pretty small, really, compared to the size of our organization.
Chris, I just wanted to correct, you said housing authority when you meant to say health department, that last item.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, health department, you're right. All right, any questions? Okay, we'll take a little break then.
We have 6 minutes. Do we want to make that 10 or 15? Input, anybody's idea? Want to get back in 6 minutes, or do you want to take a 10-minute break, or 15?
I'd love 10.
10? Okay, 10 minutes. We will get, we will come back at 4:04. We will rejoin. So I see you at 4:04. Sorry, my clock where I was working said was 3 minutes slow, so I apologize. Anyway, it is November 16th, 2021, and the time is 4:07, and I will open up the Grand County Commission regular meeting. Present are Commissioners Hadeen, Wojtek, Walker, Clapper, Stock, Hadler, and McGann. Clerk Auditor Quinn Hall, Treasurer Chris Kaufman, Commission Administrator Chris Baird, and Associate Administrator Mallory Nassau, Office Assistant Tara Collins, Christina Sloan, County Attorney. And I will open the meeting. The first thing we will have Thompson Springs Special Fire District Board meeting. First thing on the agenda is approval of citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens to be heard on an agenda item not on the Thompson Springs Fire District? Mallory, do we have anyone?
I don't believe so. There are a few people on, but I'm thinking it is for later comment or agenda items. So if you are, please press *6 to unmute or turn on your camera.
Mallory, is this just for Thompson Springs or for the regular citizens to be heard?
This is for
Thompson.
Thompson Springs.
Thank you.
Okay, we are to approval of minutes. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve the minutes for October 19th, 2021.
I'll move to approve the minutes from November 3rd, 2021.
Am I on the wrong one? I think that's October 19th.
Yeah, Jacques, you were made a motion to approve the minutes for the regular commission. We need a motion for the Thompson Springs.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. I make a motion to approve the minutes from October, what was it, October
19th, 2021.
October 19th, 2021.
A motion by Jacques. Do I have a second? Seconded by Sarah. Discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to payment of bills. Do I have a motion?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, thank you, Jacques. Gabriel.
I'd make a motion to approve the payment of bills for Thompson Springs Fire District, November 16th, 2021. Total bills in the amount of $3,130.74. Total payroll in the amount of $533.34. Total bills and payroll combined in the amount of $3,664.08.
Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second? Seconded by Kevin. Discussion? All in favor of approving, ratifying the payment of bills? Raise your hand. Say aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to action item B, tentative budget. You have anything to say, Chris Baird?
Yeah, let's go over especially some of the changes. I mean, the main change you'll see is the county's contributions going from about 24,000 to almost 60,000. And the main reason for that is just due to a request from the fire chief for his salary to be, let me see if I can find the right spot here. There it is, kind of on the lone line there. But the salary that was based on 35 an hour, 60 hours a week. Plus, there's another employee that does cleaning in there. So that's really the lion's share of the increase, which I support because I know that he works a lot more than he gets paid for, and he's certainly worth 35 an hour, in my opinion. The other significant increase was just another capital purchase for, I believe these are new tires for the fire truck. Other than that, it's pretty much the same as years past. I probably will have to do a little more tweaking with Mark before the public hearing. But just like with the commission's tentative budget approval, the motion would just be, I move to approve the Thompson Springs tentative 2022 budget and to set the public hearing date for December 7th.
So Chris, the agenda also mentions an amended 2021 budget. Did you want a motion on that as well?
Yeah, well, yes. We'll be doing the public hearing also on the amended budget also.
And do you want those separate motions or combined?
No, you can just combine them. So the public hearing would be for the amended 2021 and tentative 2022.
Do I have a motion? Thank you, Evan.
So moved as verbalized by the administrator.
Motion by Evan. Do I have a second? Seconded by Kevin. Discussion?
I'd just like to take a moment to thank Mark for all his dedication and hard work out there in maintaining public safety, and hope that this move sort of helps him feel sort of valued and shows our appreciation for all that he does for public safety out, and the tremendous amount of work that he does that would be hard otherwise to fulfill.
Thank you, Gabriel. Very well stated. Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye, or raise your hand or both. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to the agenda. We are to Chief's report. Is Chief Markham on the call, on the Zoom? Is he, Mallory? I don't see him.
I do not see him.
I have,
And Tara, I don't know if you can chime in. Did we see a report from him?
no, we have not. So we will postpone. I would like a motion to postpone the fire chief's report for November 16th to the following meeting, Thompson Springs. Would somebody so move?
I move to postpone the fire chief's report till the next meeting.
Thank you, Sarah. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kevin. Okay, motion by Sarah, second by Kevin. Any discussion?
Is that one of the commissioners that is growling, or anybody?
You know,
I think it was the phone. It got muted.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of postponing? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are future considerations. There are none. Public hearing, there isn't one. No, there is no closed session. So we've reached the end of our agenda. So if there's no objection, I will adjourn this meeting. Okay. We will move to our regular county commission meeting. The time is 4:16. I don't believe there's been any change in people present, so that will stay the same as in the Thompson Springs. We will begin with citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens to be heard? If you are, please unmute or turn on your camera.
So I think Sarah Melnikoff's up there. She just unmuted.
Oh, she did? Okay. I'm just waiting. I don't see her, but yes, go ahead, Sarah.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can hear you. Yes, Sarah.
Okay. sorry, my computer's updating, so I had to call in. I was calling in to thank you all very much for encouraging the BLM and the greater community to really look at alternatives. I know it's not an endorsement of them, but it's always good to have a lot of different ideas to come to the best conclusion. And just looking at Trish Hadeen, I remember years and years ago, her walking into the canyon with a class of kids from HMK. And I had two thoughts simultaneously as I watched them approach the canyon. One, I am so glad for everything I've been doing in here for these children to see. And two, I need to be doing more. So I'm glad that there's an opportunity for the whole community to weigh in on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard?
Mary, I think Bob unmuted for a second. I'm not sure if he's on to give a comment at this time, but that would check.
No, I just got computer problems.
All right. And Mary, I don't see anybody else who's on right now.
You're muted, Mary.
Sorry. Why? Thank you. We are to approval of minutes for November 3rd, 2021. Do I have a motion? Motion by Jacques.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from November 3rd, 2021 meeting.
Do I have a second? Second by Gabriel. Discussion. Thank you once again, Quinn, for the timely minutes. I really appreciate it. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the minutes from November 3rd? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to ratification of payment of bills. Do I have a motion?
Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Gabriel.
I would make a motion to approve Grant County bills from November 16th, 2021. Total bills in the amount of $565,528.30. Total payroll in the amount of $262,366.89. Total bills and payroll in the amount of $827,895.19.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jacques. Discussion. Call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Commission member disclosures. Does any commissioners have anything to disclose on an item on this agenda? Seeing none, we will move to the next item, elected official, general commission reports and future considerations. Kevin.
I think the main activities the past couple of weeks for me have to do with redistricting, and there's a separate agenda item for that. So I don't have anything else to report.
Thank you very much. Gabriel?
I just had a meeting last week on the 11th with the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. Sort of a big update with regards to the COVID outbreak that took place in that facility. And thankfully, it's mostly good news and really much more of a, should be looked at much more like a success than a failure in terms of, keeping COVID out of that facility until, vaccines and monoclonal antibodies and those sorts of therapies were available, which really represents a best case scenario in saving lives in that facility. The National Guard came in and administered those monoclonal antibodies, like I said before, and which ultimately in the folks that did test positive, that treatment rendered the virus or rendered it asymptomatic. which is really great. There was one resident that passed away, but they were already in hospice care, and it's yet to be seen actually if COVID is deemed the primary cause there. They actually broke down the established COVID unit in the facility this last Sunday, and on the 18th, that's Thursday of this week. The hope is that they can officially exit outbreak status in that facility. And so that would be able to carefully open up some visitation, I'm sure, within very careful bounds. So yeah, lots of heroes were involved. I had mentioned before just the great collaboration that Moab Regional Hospital, how instrumental they were in stepping up and really rallying around and providing the care and the resources needed. Just a lot of effort, leadership, and determination. And really I would say that the staff in their report, they really described a situation where they never really let their guard down, even after having gone so far without the virus getting in the facility. They were still preparing for that moment, and I think it shows in the response. Especially, one thing I found was interesting as far as what we know about the symptoms of COVID, especially with loss of taste and smell. It's really a challenge for folks for many of the residents of the center who are already not really easy to get nutrition and hydration to due to their conditions. So a loss of taste and smell exacerbates that problem. So it's really a real challenge, but I think that the staff there is really awesome at what they do. Another good, and one last thing to report from that meeting is that the dish payment, which was something that we talked quite a lot about for 2021 for this year, the Healthcare Special Service District is lining up to pay that for this year. And as I had reported before, budgeted to be paid in full for 2022 as well. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Jacques. Gabriel. Jacques?
Hi, thanks, Mary. I had a trail mix meeting where we didn't achieve a quorum. So we had a general discussion, and one of the main things that was brought up was that at the next trail mix meeting in December, we'll be nominating the different representatives from the non-motorized sports involved there. OSTA meeting was canceled due to lack of a quorum as well. Seems to be the season. I did attend, along with most of you all, the general plan open house, and I thought that was a great event. I got a lot out of that, and it was nice to meet the folks from the different departments, as well as interact with the public. Moab Trails Committee meeting last week, where the main topic was the letter that we all received a couple of days ago with the Motorized Trail Committee's comments on our public lands effort. And then on Friday, I attended the Historical Preservation Committee meeting along with Trish, and she was taking much better notes than me on that, so I'll let her talk about that meeting. And I also I did the art walk on Saturday and went to the Museum of Moab. Had the Katsina exhibit that we've talked about is absolutely amazing. They had a guest carver from Hopi who was there carving and answering questions. And I wanted to congratulate Forrest and Tara and everybody over there for putting on a great exhibit and show. And the museum is well worth checking out if you haven't already.
Thank you, Jacques. Evan?
Budgets. I've been preparing for different hearings that will be coming up next month. And the cemetery district is actually lowering their budget, which was nice to hear. Unfortunately, they also have had some staffing turnover. The county has been successful in attracting a cemetery worker to the OSTA arena. So that leaves a vacancy at the cemetery. And so there are, like everyone, similar discussions about adjusting wages for those hard folks there. I also met with the Emergency Medical Service Service District. They're also looking at correcting wages there and changing to a slightly new format. To sound like a broken record, October is the busiest month in EMS history in Grand County. The department ended the month with 192 responses for calls. And so that's 22% over 2020 at the year to date. Some things to be aware of with that is typically the EMS is staffing 2 ambulances so that in case there's a call while one of them is out, there's a backup ambulance available to respond. In October, a 3rd ambulance was used 16 times, and there was even incidences of a 4th ambulance then being staffed and trying to respond. I think it's a thing that we all take for granted that if we call 911, there's going to be an ambulance available to respond. And we're kind of getting to the point now where on these really busy times, mainly due to staffing and the expenses associated with those, that the district is being stressed to the point of having to turn down some transports and less emergency focused sort of calls. They will have a public hearing in December regarding their potential or the tentative budget, which was approved by the board today. So those will all be posted in all the various spots. And I believe that's all I have.
Thank you. Trish?
Okay, can you hear me, Mary? Because if not, I'll turn off my video.
But you sound very clear right now.
Okay, great. Okay, great. I will try to move really quickly. There was a lot going on. I went to a groundwater and sewer meeting. Just so you guys are aware, Kins Lake has stayed really static at about approximately 100 acre feet. However, that doesn't mean that we've had that kind of input into the lake. It means we've been pumping out of the aquifer to supplement irrigation. On a really good note, mountain soil moisture, this is taken about 9,500 feet. It was taken right at the end of October with 60% soil saturation, which is really amazing because this year at the same time it was 18%. So that looks really, really good. We had a meeting. I did not go to the Planning Commission meeting. I missed that. I did go to the Book Cliffs Highway meeting with Sarah and Christina. That went on for a couple of hours. We were able to meet with Commissioner McKee from Uintah County. I'm just going to highlight a couple main points for our constituents. That the engineer gave the estimate of $146 million to complete that highway. It would be a savings of 37 minutes were their estimates. That estimate seems to vary greatly from what UDOT has projected, and Sarah could possibly speak to that. They're stating that those monies will come from state appropriations, not from the infrastructure package. And near the end, they did propose swapping some Sitla land with the Elm Greens, the ranch at the bottom of Hay and East Canyons. But that is a really, really brief review of that meeting. We did debrief that meeting yesterday. I went to a conservation district meeting, and that was kind of interesting because we actually talked quite a bit about feral horses. And we, kind of one of the pieces of that discussion was really just in messaging. We keep using the term wild horses, and it should be understood that, the horses that we're finding on the range are feral, and they're having quite an impact on the range, western rangelands. And so it's just something to kind of keep in the back of your mind. USU is going to have a master gardening class in the spring, so that's great. The library board talked about the amount of money they brought in grants, and they brought in over $200,000 in 2021 in grants, which was awesome. What it would add is 50 hotspots plus data, 26 Chromebooks, 12 laptops, 25 iPads, and I think I've already spoke to this. They're going to put up some Wi-Fi benches at the library, the Free Health Clinic, and MVMC, which is really cool. They're solar-powered Wi-Fi benches where you can charge your device and get Wi-Fi. So that's really cool. I went to the homeless council meeting, and that was, as always, really discouraging. There are 67 currently homeless within our county and 32 in imminent danger of becoming homeless. Of those, 11 are children. 90% are situational. So that means, it is not chronic homelessness, but it means they are unable to find housing. Rihanna's just doing an amazing job with that database. And of the homeless, there is 11%. You can look at substance abuse, mental illness, 14%, and domestic violence, 7% of those individuals that are either in imminent danger of being homeless and or homeless. And the overall average is 55 individuals per month. And they stated, as always, that the lack of housing inventory is a huge issue. As Jacques mentioned, I went to the Historic Preservation Committee, and I did take notes, and I will only bring up what I thought was really important. So Tara Baresh from the Moab Museum spoke of, and I hope I'm saying this word right, deaccession. So basically this concept of, removing items from the museum because they've really reorganized the whole museum. And she wanted to talk about rumors that were going around that they were throwing things out. And basically, when looking at books, they're only keeping really rare books. So that means if they look on Amazon and they can find that book for 12 cents, they're not going to keep it. So they're keeping just rare books that are they can't replace. Some items within the museum were not at all relevant to Moab or the scope of our county. And so those items were removed. And then like Xeroxed items were removed. So they only are keeping things that are actual, true, they're not Xeroxed copies or Xeroxed pictures. And then lastly, any state governing documents they sent to the state digital archives. So the state is digitizing items and keeping them within archives. And I went to the general plan meeting, and that, like Jacques said, that was awesome. And last night we met with Kevin with redistricting. That is it, Mary. Sorry, I tried to go fast.
You've been very busy. I'm impressed. Thank you very much. Sarah.
I attended also the general plan meeting and the Unified Transportation Master Plan open house. And both of those plans are encouraging the public to comment right now. So this is a good time. There's a portal on the Grand County website for these planning processes. So people should be able to find that. I've also been working on travel plan recommendations for the BLM, which will come forward to the commission during our next meeting, and had that meeting with the 7 County Infrastructure Coalition and Mike McKee. The 7 County Infrastructure Coalition is going to submit an application to the BLM within 60 days to start the NEPA process for the Book Cliffs Highway, which I find very discouraging. And we basically walked out of that meeting being like, there's no compromise that we can come to. Grand County does not want to see the road. The 7 County Infrastructure Coalition is not willing to listen. And so we're at that state, I guess. Also, I've been talking to folks involved in water monitoring and developing a countywide groundwater monitoring system, which we could then apply for grants for. And the idea has been brought up that the county should be the entity to kind of like host this program or be the entity that applies for that grant. And so there's some details that need to be worked out about how much staff time that would require and how to go about doing it. So I'm in the process of trying to formalize a proposal about that. That is all.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much. On the 4th, I attended the Moab Area Housing Task Force meeting. We are working and assigning people different jobs to update the Moab Area Affordable Housing Plan. Everyone's very excited about the fact that we are now building homes at a Royal Crossing. It's been much of a challenge. And they're excited that Caitlin Myers has been hired for the Land Trust Administrator. So that's very exciting. I also went to the General Plan Public Workshop. Very interesting. Thank you, John, and his staff, if they're on the line. Really appreciated your hard work. It was well done. On the 15th, I went to a redistricting workshop, as well as I was part of the meeting where we debriefed what happened during the Book Cliff Highway meeting and how to move forward effectively. And I have a future consideration. Mallory, at some point, I think it would be a really good idea for us to do a poll to set up a retreat for the commission and commission staff for the first part of January. It's long overdue. We haven't been able to get together and really visit on items that aren't always on the agenda and to do some team building. So I would like that to happen for future considerations. So thank you. We are at the end of our council considerations and reports. So we are to elected officials. Are there any elected officials on the call that would like to report?
I'll give a quick update, Mary, also.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Christina.
I was at that Book Cliffs meeting as well. And I think the one thing that Trish and Sarah haven't covered yet is where the money so far is coming from. Of course, Mary and I were in this meeting last year when the SCIC promised to cease this project until they had Grand County's buy-in, or at least until they had engaged us and worked with us to try to come up with a solution. Of course, they did not do that. And I did press them on where are they getting the money for this newest planning effort, which is an EIS. Well, they're submitting, they think by the end of the year, submitting an application to the BLM, asking for the right-of-way. They've hired professionals now to help them prepare that application. Then they have the funding for an environmental impact statement that the BLM regulations allow the applicant to pay for. And that's true over a variety of different permit requests with the BLM. They did admit it was an old appropriation under Governor Herbert. And I think that's really interesting and possibly critical. I asked them if that money was expiring, and that's why they'd gone against their word and restarted this project without having engaged Grand County first. And they said no, that it wasn't expiring. But I do think it's important for the public to understand that Governor Cox has removed the Book Cliffs Highway, at least to date, from the critical infrastructure priority list for this area. And that's in large part due to Curtis Wells's efforts on his rural commission. And so I think that's a place that the commission needs to continue to work with Governor Cox's office and with Curtis Wells on that issue. I also asked them, do they have UDOT's approval? Because not only is the price tag of the road outrageous, but maintenance is completely ridiculous from both an annual cost, but also the practical considerations involved. And they admitted that no, they don't technically have UDOT's approval, although UDOT did approve spending this old Herbert money that's just sitting there. So I think that's another place is the commission and electeds in Grand County setting up meetings and going up to Salt Lake to meet with the UDOT director, Carlos Braceras. I have met with him once before and found him really great and reasonable and very interested in Grand County and a biker and all the things. So I think that's a place for us to focus. And then of course with the BLM, we have great staff in our local BLM office. They will be processing this application, but obviously meetings, you know, all the way up to the state director, I think are important. We had a really good showing at that meeting. The Times Independent had Doug there, so I'd expect some good coverage, interesting coverage on that. I also have gone to 2 work conferences recently, and one was a civil law conference for government attorneys in Kanab. It was interesting enough. I did 2 presentations, one of which was on local control issues, including orders of constraints and the way that changed with the COVID bills over the year. The other one on local creative solutions to affordable housing. Washington County has now followed Grand County's lead in 2008 to pull out Airbnbs from the residential areas. They're only the 2nd county in the state to do so. So that was big news at this conference. I think one thing that was interesting was I focused while I was there and looking at property in Kanab, and a fixer-upper downtown on a small lot in Kanab, Utah is over $1 million. So Grand County real estate is crazy, but I do think the county's efforts to date to really work on this issue is working when you compare us to other recreation economies in our surrounding states, but also within Utah. So that was interesting and a little heartening to see that we are doing okay in comparison. And then I just got back from UAC, and I'm not sure that you'll hear from anyone else, but Debbie was there, Quinn was there, myself, we were the electeds, Matt Sinisteros and August went as well. None of our commissioners went to UAC this year. I don't think you're missing too much. On the attorney side, the big focus was on death penalty discussions. We had 2 exoneree presentations, which were quite interesting. We had some somewhat dramatic debates, one of which was with the county attorney and the sheriff group. And it, you know, honestly, my big takeaway there is how great Sheriff White and I work together and respect each other, even when we disagree, because there are several county attorneys and sheriffs in the state that do not have that relationship. And that was really clear in this joint meeting on the death penalty between the sheriffs and the county attorneys. Opioids was a big conversation, and we'll talk about that along with some other stuff. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for attending those meetings. Yes. Any other elected officials? We are to our county, our commission administrator report, Chris Baird and Mallory.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, I've just been working on the budget and the salary adjustments. So in our meeting next week on the 22nd, I'm planning to try to tackle all the compensation adjustments, new position requests. We've got it scheduled for a couple hours. Hopefully we can do it in that time period, but it's probably going to be one of the more difficult topics to cover, especially this year. So I'll be working on that, and then also just fine-tuning the budget so that we can have it ready to present to any public who request it, because we've got to have that available to the public 10 days in advance of the public hearing on the 7th. So that's what I'm working on. Mallory?
Yes, just a few quick things. This week we did interviews. Our current Grand Center director, Verlene, is retiring after many, many years and will be probably impossible to replace, but we have started that process and trying to work towards next steps. Something I know I emailed about that a number of you responded to was setting up the public defender interviews for the Indigent Defense Commission related grant. So I'm hoping our RFQ will close next week. So I'm hoping to get those going. And then just trying to chip away here and there at some of the policies and procedures that we need to update. And one of those includes the discussion we had, kind of the straw poll over email about the start time. And right now, it's seeming like the best way to go would be keeping the 4 o'clock and then doing 15-minute time slots for presentations. So hopefully you will see that all coming your way sooner than later. But that's all I have.
Thank you, Mallory. Thank you very much. We are to department reports. We have a report on the roads and bridges. Bill Jackson.
Good. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, this is the 2020 roads activity report. I want to really start out for the year 2020 to give a shout out to my staff. Just like everybody else, you know, with the COVID year, I guess there was, you know, some anxieties and things of that nature. And I really appreciate my staff and just, you know, keeping on the pathway, if you will, and knowing the work they had to do and getting it done and working together to get it done is what I seen, even more so. And so I appreciate all my staff and the work that they did. And thanks for letting me have that time. So I would like to start with the improvement project that we kind of started it, but we wrapped it up in 2020, and that was the Murphy Lane subdivision and the Hecla subdivision. That was a good improvement project. I can go into detail if you'd like, but we also added on the Murphy Lane and Arbor Drive area there, we ran some storm drainage that is on our master storm drain master plan, and we were able to incorporate that in that project, which is good. Some of the preservation projects, we chip sealed about 8.2 miles of Castleton Road, or some people call it the Gateway Road, but I think most people know where that is. I also did another seal on the Thompson deck on the bridge there at Thompson Wash. Obviously, continued with our crack sealing program throughout the valley here. There was just about 0.45 miles, almost a half mile of an overlay on Spanish Trail Road. And that was funded through the Grand County Transportation Special Service District. Of course, we performed our fall and spring gradings and all of our infrastructure that we maintain that goes with B roads or culverts or signage, cattle guards, and go on and on. We also maintained our storm drain basins. We have 12 of those that the county maintains, as well as with just flood work. I'll just say outside the valley and the outback roads, Cane Creek, obviously we had some flooding in 2020 there. Long Canyon, East Canyon, Hay Canyon, Onion Creek, Bitter Creek. All those had some level of flood damage that we repaired and kept access open. Also, our snow removal program. Obviously, the valley roads are a priority here in the valley here, and then we kind of move out. And we also push snow for Castle Valley. And also, we do some of the northern San Juan County roads. Part of that is the Loop Road, which we do, and as well as Geyser Pass Road up to the trailhead. And so, as many of you probably know, the Forest Service did some work on the Geyser Pass Road, and that'll help. They only did one little piece of it between the intersection of the Loop Road going up to the trailhead. but it was an important element there. They took out widened the corner out there where we had difficulty getting through there with no place to put the snow. And so that'll help there. And they added a parking lot there as well. I think probably one of I'll move on to some projects we did for some other agencies for the county, and in particular, I think was the grading and drainage on the bike skills path. We performed that. That turned out well. Worked real good with Maddie. Appreciate her. Then we had some, obviously, here in the office, taking phone calls and requests and answering people's questions. Continue to do that on a regular basis. Met with the Accident Review Committee, the GIS Policy Committee, Moab Tailings Steering Committee, Special Events Coordinating Committee, Moab Trails Committee. All those committees that I'm involved with. A little bit of the planning, won't get into great detail, but as you know, in the early 2020, Zachariah left the planning and zoning, and so I was asked to kind of step in there a little bit on this Moab and Spanish Valley 20 for the regional transportation plan, and move through that along with the city and UDOT, and that went well. And it's kind of I call it a spin-off from that, is what we're kind of doing right now, is the US 191 Mill Creek Drive to Southgate concept frontage road and intersection improvements. That's a long title, but essentially it's kind of a concept plan that we're working with UDOT on, as well as Moab City, and see what we can come up with that. And we're moving on that fairly good. We still haven't had, still in concept, right? So we haven't got a final plan at all yet, but we're moving on it. And then, of course, kind of got started on the Grand and Moab City Unified Transportation Master Plan in kind of late 2020, but we're really going on that strong as well right now. So I did want to also, Cody couldn't be here today, so I asked him, if he wanted me to give a little bit on the shop, and he said he did. So they are doing well in the shop, even though they're one mechanic down. But I think that 2020, again, the staff did well in the shop, and kept the other departments' vehicles up and moving through. Did some training, and as well as the road department did some training, in-house training. Kept up on all their certifications as well. One thing of note is, as you know, we're involved with the CAT Fire, which is, the catastrophic fire program, and we're well ahead of the game for the county as far as their yearly participation commitment. So we're able to keep up on that. I think the oil changes from the shop, we are working well at 5,000 miles on the light fleet, and cars, pickups, and 7,500 on the heavy diesel rigs, and that's working well. So that's saving us some money there. says, Cody says there was 150 services was performed in-house. So, that includes the road department stuff and as well as the, other county agencies or entities, departments. And around 75 field service calls were performed, and most of those were, I think, all, if not all of them, were for the road department. And they go out and service the graders in the field when that's feasible. Staged in the field, and obviously hose repairs and flat tires and things of that nature, and assist the operators with any maintenance items that might be a struggle for them. And kind of to close things up, I started it with a shout out to employees, and I'd kind of like to finish it with that as well. In 2021, we lost, well, I shouldn't say lost, there was some retirement. Staff retired, and and I think like most of the departments are kind of having some struggles to hire folks. And so I just want to give a kudos to my staff again for stepping up and really helping out in areas, that they need to. And just for the fact that we're shorthanded, and they've done a really good job. Sometimes, it takes us a little longer to get to a situation, maybe a flooding situation, to get the road open, or, out in the outback stuff, but we're getting there and getting it done. So I appreciate them once again. So anybody have any questions?
Bill, I just want to say thanks for, I know that y'all repainted the bike lines on Mill Creek Drive, and I know that's really important to some bike commuters that I know. So thanks for keeping up on that.
Yeah, and that's one of the situations where it kind of took us a little while to get that done, but that was a vendor problem, and I think everybody's struggling with prioritizing projects and whatnot. And also realize that Moab City has a water line going, and they're going to be on the west side, and that's why the rest of that didn't get painted. There's no sense paving it while they tear it up. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any other questions or comments? I appreciate your hard work, and I like the way you recognize your employees. That's great. So thank you, Bill.
Well, I really appreciate them. So, and thank you, Mary.
Okay, we do not have any agency reports nor presentations. So we're at general business action item discussions and considerations of approving resolution declaring Grand County support of AT&T Broadband Access Grant application through the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. Gabriel.
All right. So we have presented in the packet as a draft of a resolution in support of this project, and I think I would just go ahead and invite Farron Scarborough and from AT&T and any of her associates to present and provide as much information as possible so we can potentially vote on this resolution. So go ahead, Farron.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner Whittek. I'm Farron Scarborough. I'm the area manager for AT&T for Utah. Essentially, what we are seeking is a resolution in support of our broadband access grant application, which we submitted on November 1st. And as part of the RFP for these applications, we are required to obtain support from local governing entities. We included 8 different sites in our application, one of which is located in Grand County along Highway 313, in an area known as the Knoll. This proposed structure would be a new site build. It would be an 80-foot tall monopole, which would aim to provide service to Dead Horse Point, areas of Canyonlands National Park as well as Arches National Park. The site candidate that has been identified by our network team would be located on BLM land, which is, and it's near an existing oil and gas refinery located near the intersection of Highway 313 and Grandview Point Road. I know there had been some concern about lighting for this pole. Given that the FAA lighting requirements are mandatory for anything over 200 feet, this pole at 80 feet would be considerably lower than what is required. There would be further FAA analysis if we're awarded the grant, but the likelihood of there being any lighting on the pole would be minimal. I think that is all the specific information that I have at the moment, unless anyone has any questions.
No, I just have a comment. I'm really happy to hear because I know that there were some gas wells out there right at the junction of 313 and like Gemini Bridges, and so I'm glad to hear that it's going to be with those because I was like, oh, if they could just place it next to already existing structures, then to me it doesn't have as much impact. That's just one I guess it's not a question, it's just a comment, but.
Yes, absolutely. And I believe that was important for the network team to select a location that was near some previous existing infrastructure. You know, given that this is recreational land, the idea is to make the pole as unobtrusive as possible.
And Farron, I think this this site will also have optimization for band 14 for first responders on the dedicated network. Is that correct? So that makes that location and then what you're all doing there for, as we know, recreators and tourists and people who have to be searched and rescued for and break down and lost. And it'll be nice to have our first responders to have that coverage out there so we don't have gaps.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rob.
You'd mentioned a further FAA analysis that would need to be done. Are you able to speak to any other circumstances where that analysis might have led to the addition of lighting? I guess the reason I ask is that for me, that's kind of a deal breaker. And I think for the community that's in that location, you know, it is too. So I'm just concerned about offering support here, and then that analysis might all of a sudden end up with lights on this project. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, absolutely. And I am not unaware of any situations in which the FAA analysis on an 80-foot pole has changed. Has resulted in requirements of lighting. That's not to say that it isn't possible, but I believe our network team always likes to set the precedent that you know, we do have to gain approval for any pole of that size. So it's always a possibility. Rob, are you aware of any scenarios in which that has been the case?
I'm not aware of anywhere we've had to light an 80-foot pole, at least not today. I guess, Farron, we're hedging our bets a little bit, saying it's never not possible, but in my recent memory and awareness, I haven't seen that, Gabriel and council. So I would be very surprised. And of course, again, we are just applying for a grant. This is a broadband access grant. It's really attuned to fiber. We are wireless, which we like and prefer because it's less destruction to the environment and ground and leases and easements and great service. We're not sure that we'll get it, but if we are successful, then we want to, you know, come back to you and make sure that everything we have is in order. So
yeah, that's absolutely. And the same goes for design as well for the monopole. If there are any specific requirements for design, our network team would come to the commission and be landlord and make sure that we're within any design guidelines or specifications.
This is the county attorney. I missed where the location of the monopole would be.
Oh, sure. So it is located along Highway 313. It's just past the intersection of 313 and Grandview Point Road, and it's near an existing oil and gas refinery. And it is going to be new construction, so there is currently nothing there. It's in an area known as the Knoll. I'm not sure if that rings any bells.
No, that does ring a lot of bells. It wasn't clear to me from the materials I've seen. I'm assuming it's not like right on top of the knoll, which is a butte. Is it like 100 yards from the knoll, a quarter mile? Because I should say that the reason I'm asking is that the knoll is kind of a well-known landmark around here. It's visible on the horizon from a lot of places. And I guess I'd be curious to know whether the pole is visible, just as visible as the knoll is or not.
So I'm not sure if I'm able to share my screen, but the map that I'm looking at shows the pole is not on the knoll. It is. Am I able to share my screen on this?
Yes, you can.
Let's see if I can figure out how to do that.
On the bottom of the screen, in the middle, there should be a green button that says Share Screen. So if you have it open already, you can just click Share Screen and then double click the screen with the map.
All right, can you see the map here?
Yes.
So we have the knoll is indicated here along Highway 313, and this is Grandview Road, and the site is located here.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Okay, sure.
Also, in terms of lighting the pole, because we went through this again recently, and I don't know if Andy Solzberg, you're still on, but our airport director did clarify that typically the crux there is how close another airstrip is in determining whether a light is necessary. And I don't know if there are any backcountry airstrips out there, but that would likely.
There are a couple down Mineral Bottom. There's one at the bottom of Mineral Bottom and then one along the road too, I think.
Yeah, so if those are at how close, the FAA will require lighting that tower.
That's pretty far away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a ways away. They're, I think they're designated, but the one at the bottom of Mineral Bottom is below the canyon rim. That one gets used quite a bit. The other one, I don't think gets used very much.
I don't know that use matters, and I don't know flight patterns. So I think that it's not something we can resolve tonight, but sounds like we'll have another opportunity to revisit that. Andy certainly knows more about that than I do.
And sorry, you had mentioned the possibility of mounting other things on the pole for first responders. Is that, could you just kind of speak to that option a little more?
Rob, do you have additional information on that? So essentially, the pole would just have these standard panels attached to it, the way that a traditional pole looks like. I don't believe that includes any significantly different hardware. Rob?
It doesn't add any specific other hardware. It's just another panel. It doesn't make it grander, larger, or more obstructive for view or anything. It's just adding that extra frequency, allowing us to convey that band 14, which is a dedicated first responder frequency. So, and we've added that to many poles across the state and the area, and it's insignificant.
And so I guess this might be a question for the attorney. If we wanted to have a motion to support this grant application, kind of pending design review, what would be a good way to vocalize that?
No one sent this to me in advance, I don't think. So I haven't really looked at any of this.
Well, just in terms of, with the lighting and design and view shed considerations that we just kind of mentioned this evening, since we don't have those to review at this point.
So it looks like we are approving support for the grant application. And then if our presenters would let us know what happens next? If you get this grant application, what's the next step?
So if we receive the grant application, I believe the next step would be to negotiate the site with the landlord, which I believe would be the Bureau of Land Management. And then we would go through the process of approvals, which would of course go through the commission, the landlord, and any other governing entities that would have a say in design specifications. And presumably, if we were able to come to an agreement for, if there is no lighting that's needed for the pole and it's determined to be unobtrusive enough, then we move forward construction, which would take about 18 months. And, they haven't really told us what we would do with the funding, but presumably if we were awarded the funding and the site was no longer ideal or unacceptable per your standards, then that funding would likely be reallocated to another site.
I'm not clear from just this resolution I'm seeing that we have authority over the next steps. So from just looking at this quickly now, I think this might be a moment, honestly, to decide if this is something we want to support or not, and in this location.
Is there a possibility to add in a whereas the plans would be compliant with our dark sky ordinances and at a height not to exceed 80 feet and some things just to kind of capture that we're endorsing what we're actually hearing here?
I don't know if that's a question for me, but the recitals are not binding. So we would, we would want to include any conditions to our support, in the resolution language itself. And, this is along a state highway, and it is serving state and federal property. So I don't know that any of these entities will care about that language, but you can certainly insert it. I haven't been through this process with the BLM. Obviously, we are a general cooperating agency with the BLM, but I'm not really sure what the process is going to look like.
So my understanding, it sounds like most people on the commission like the idea of improved cell service, but we are sensitive to the visual impacts of the tower, especially this one, which is in a very high prominent area and has the potential for a very large visual impact if it wasn't done correctly. And so I think what we would like to do is endorse better cell coverage and endorse getting the grant, but make it clear that we do have very serious concerns about the siting details and other details of the tower. And I think Christina points out that the actual decisions about the siting of the tower are going to be made by the BLM. I do feel reassured that if I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're saying you're familiar with bunches of 80-foot towers and they very rarely, maybe never have their required lights. Did I understand correctly?
It certainly pertains to whether or not there is, as we've talked about, landing strips or close to a municipal airport, or if there's going to be any interference. But we have not seen anything on an 80-foot pole, any lighting requirements on an 80-foot pole that's not close to one of those facilities. And to provide a little more context, I think the idea of the resolution requirement that came along with the RFP from GOED was to ensure that they're awarding this grant funding to areas where the local governing entities agree that there is a need and that that need can be sufficiently serviced by us, so that they're not awarding funding and then the network providers go to take care of the site to start building and they encounter someone who really just never wanted a site. So it's certainly not a binding agreement. It's more of a show of support saying that you do have a need for coverage, need for service, that if we can come up with a sufficient solution to that, the funding would be used for a site to make that happen.
So I think I'm sorry, go ahead, Evan.
I was just going to say, I wonder if in the now therefore be it resolved that the Grand County Commission supports A&T's broadband access grant application for a tower up to 80 feet to the governor's office of economic yada yada. I think to your point,
I'd
Farron,
probably write it more like so long as associated facilities do not exceed 80 feet in height and do not violate the county's dark skies ordinance or something like that.
great. I think that captures, I think in this discussion right here, Farron and Robert recognize where we're at. I just would be bummed if we endorse this with support today and, turns around in a few months and they're like, really, to get the coverage you want, we're going to need 8 400-foot towers with crazy guidelines that you're going to be able to see from all over the national parks and the state parks and down in the valley. So as long as we kind of are capturing the essence of this discussion, I'm happy to endorse a resolution like this.
Yeah, I think we're very happy, council. Yeah, and we want to work with you. We have no interest in destroying night sky visibility, landscape, light, but just providing you with the best coverage that you can have.
Chrissy, do you have the bandwidth to draft some of that you were just mentioning into this resolution?
Yeah, so I was going to ask if we're time sensitive or if we can bump this to the next meeting so we can work on the language.
I feel comfortable with your edits, Chrissy.
Okay, that's fine too. The commission can approve with, the county attorney providing final review or something.
Okay.
Yeah, we submit the grant November 1st. We weren't aware that we had to have resolutions. Our network team thought we needed letters of support. And so it's taken us a while, and we appreciate Gabriel and staff and everybody letting us get on this commission meeting. So it is a little bit time sensitive. We want to get this turned into GoEd and let them, work through it. So as quickly as we could expedite that would help our cause.
Evan, do you feel comfortable doing a motion capturing what?
Sure, I would make a motion to declare support for AT&T's grant application to the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, including the edits discussed tonight to be made by the county attorney.
Motion by Evan. Do I have a second? Seconded by Gabe. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote.
Are those marching orders muddy enough there, Miss Attorney?
I got it. I know what you want.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And just looking at the grant application, Farron, I just realized including the minutes to this meeting is also required. So Evan will be able to capture everything that you said.
All right, now the pressure's on you, Quinn.
I'm going to have to watch it about 2 more times to capture all that, but I'll do it.
Thank you, Quinn.
All so much.
Well, thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
We are item to general business action item D, approving cooperative agreement with the Utah Department of Transportation for hotspot funding for the Spanish Valley Drive paved pathway. Chris Bear.
Thanks, Mary. So this is just the grant agreement with the state for the $2.7 million for our Spanish Valley Drive project that we got via the hotspot funding. So pretty straightforward, I think.
Any questions? None? I'd entertain a motion.
We struggle without our cheat sheets here. I didn't see an agenda, but I will make a motion to approve the agreement with UDOT regarding the hotspot funding for the Spanish Valley paved pathway.
Motion by Evan, seconded by Gabriel. Do we have, I don't mean Gabriel, Jacques. Do we have any discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to item E, approving letter of support for the Mill Creek Community Collaborative Committee recommendations for Mill Creek Canyon. Sarah, I'm going to let you take this one. And then if I have questions about something else, I'll help. But go ahead, Sarah.
I took all our previous discussions and made a redraft, and I think a lot of you have looked at it. Let me pull up my agenda. The major point of, we've gotten some public comments about certain points that we've highlighted. Some of them are in support, some of them are against. Open it up for discussion.
Discussion?
Yeah, I had a couple points. I definitely looked at the draft, and I think we're getting there. There were two items in the bullet points that I had reserves about. The main one is the last one about asking the BLM to analyze closing Potato Salad Hill. I would not be in favor of including that bullet point at this point. Hearing from the county attorney and the sheriff's office, as well as Moab Solutions and others' reticence to close Potato Salad Hill. I also don't think it's a good idea to close Potato Salad Hill. And then the other point was about bikes on the rim. I was unsure about that, but in the last few days, I'm pretty well connected with the biking community in town, and I've heard from quite a few people that I know in that community that they value that for bicycles. Some people, we got a letter from a gentleman who actually commutes on that trail. I did look into, there's a social media for riders and runners and whatnot called Strava that a lot of local riders use. And I looked at that to see how many people were using that trail. And I saw in the lifetime of the trail, or in the lifetime of Strava that people have been using it, only 63 users were on that. And of those 63, I recognized 44 of the names as being locals. And there's only 19 names I didn't recognize. They could be locals or they could be visitors, but it shows the vast majority of those people use it. It also isn't very many people in comparison to some of the popular trails around here. Trails like Slick Rock and Porcupine Rim have in excess of 40,000 users on the same platform. So 63 isn't many, and of those, the vast majority are locals, and I would be in favor of keeping that open to bicycles at this point.
I just wanted to clarify that this letter isn't really endorsing, at least I hope it's not endorsing any of the things on the list, either the MCCC report or the bullet items. It's just saying they should be examined further. For example, the A+ plan that Sarah Melnikoff wanted to get on there. I actually, personally, I like the MCCC ideas about parking better, but I think Sarah has a serious case, and so we shouldn't try to decide this issue before the BLM does all this analysis. I think the BLM should look carefully at both options, and then we can, then the county commission will have a chance to make an endorsement, and lots of other people will be able to weigh in too. So this isn't the same as endorsing an outcome. It's just a list of things that should be at least be on the table. I live right by the bike trail in question. I've watched the use increase over the past few years. It's in an area that the BLM has already designated as hiking focus, and so a lot of people using it's probably one of the more common conversation topics on this. If you see someone on the trail, is people complaining about bicycle use. And it's not the absolute numbers, it's the off-trail usage and also the potential for increase. So I think at least asking the BLM to take a look at that is not, doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I think similarly with the Potato Salad Hill, for a parking lot is moving over there, we're looking at lots of big changes in that area. And I think to say we're only going to consider options that leave that open just seems unnecessarily limiting to me. So
I'm going to, yes, you are. I mean, I agree, but I disagree in the sense that we are saying analyze, but for example, the Potato Salad Hill, and my comments on that letter were like, I think we should evaluate it more or engage the 4x4 community more on this. And so, I mean, we flat out say fully analyze closing Potato Salad Hill. So if we say just analyze the use of potato salad, that's one thing. And maybe it's just a verbiage, we can manipulate the verbiage. But to me, we are advocating for closing Potato Salad Hill. That's just my opinion. And I was really torn on the bike deal. I used to live kind of near Kevin, and I used to walk that. I mean, I was on that trail all the time, and I never really saw bikes. But I do acknowledge that if we have consistent use from locals and they're using it specifically for commuting, then there's some value in that. So maybe again, it's just the verbiage, like let's analyze the use of it, and just see what the usage is and the impacts of bikes in that area. I don't know, but I think the way that we're stating it, we are implying our intent. That's just my opinion.
Okay, but we've got two contradictory things on the letter. We've got the MCCC plan, which is centered around moving the parking area across the creek. And we've also got the A+ plan, which is keeping it where it is. So we can't be endorsing both of those. So that's why my interpretation of the letter is we're not endorsing any of these things. We're just saying they should be looked at seriously, and the BLM should start the process to make some kind of decision.
I would like to see, I agree with Trish that it does sound like an endorsement. And I think it could easily be fixed by the BLM should fully analyze potato salad, the use around Potato Salad Hill or something like that. Then we're not stating, when we use the word extreme and closing, it is stating that we want to analyze closing. And I do think it needs to be analyzed. I think there's some real safety issues that need to be looked at. I think there's a lot of things that need to be analyzed. And I know that talking to Jennifer Jones, that's part of what they will be doing. But I do think we could tone it down a bit, might be more palatable to our 4-wheel drive community. And I think, what was the one with the bicycle? Analyze the use of bicycles.
Right, because it goes into there's ongoing problems with the illegal off-trail bicycle use. And I mean, this really comes down to really it falls on us, meaning I and Sarah actually had to push me like, hey, you got to make your comment. So I think each of us really need to take the time to really sit down and look closely at this and the verbiage and make sure that, if we table it once again, we really take the time to do our homework, which, and then taking into account, we did have some really good letters recently. Jane Belknap wrote in and talked to, I think her points were really, well articulated. So taking into account the people that have spoken up recently.
I'm fine with some of those alterations you guys were talking about with Potato Salad Hill, but I do think we should leave the thing in there about bikes. I mean, I am a hiker and a road biker, and like seeing, for example, the Portal Trail, I used to hike that all the time, and now I feel like I'm going to be hit by a downhill biker. Like hiking and biking don't always go hand in hand. And it's really sad to see trail after trail that used to be moderate use really be lost to hikers and be so impacted by biking. So I mean, I want to keep that in there. I appreciate that somebody might commute, and I also appreciate that that person is probably going to know that the BLM is not patrolling and might continue to commute, but it's not going to be a biking trail that gets out there and like is open and encouraging people to bike on it. So I feel pretty strongly about encouraging about that bullet point. And I also think that
maybe we just articulate that in some manner, stating that, hikers and bikers, the usage isn't always compatible. So I don't know, something, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, because I agree there are some places that I can no longer hike or hunt or do any of that because of bicycles, and I'm not railing on bicycles. I'm just saying that I understand that they're not always compatible, but maybe we can, I don't know. Again, it's my fault for not taking more time, right, to really pinpoint.
So I mean, I agree with what Sarah said, and I think the Portal Overlook Trail is a good example of a trail that's really changed over the past 30 years. And that's kind of what we don't want to happen to this trail. I think Jacques is exactly right that the usage levels now are pretty low compared to other trails, yet even with the very low usage levels, and if it's just open, then there's the potential for it to increase as our visitation increases. I'm fine with, Mary made a suggestion for toning the language down. I think as long as it's clear that the BLM gets the idea that they should be considering a full range of alternatives, that's fine. The purpose here isn't to badmouth, it's just to make the case, because I think the BLM is going to want to make their job as easy as possible. And so I think some of the language is to kind of say, yeah, this is something you really need to look at. If there's a way to get that message across to the BLM with the language toned down, that's great with me.
I think also if we could include some of that other language that Kevin was saying about, this isn't an endorsement for one or the other, but just urging to consider all these options, that might read better for the public as well.
So we could insert a sentence before all those bullet points saying, we are not endorsing any of these, but we do think they all deserve a careful look during the process.
Or in the last paragraph there. Yeah.
Okay.
So that works for everyone if we just say very explicitly that this is not an endorsement, it's just things we want you to study. Is that?
It works for me.
It works for me, but I would like to see with that final bullet point that we take analyze closing and just put it that they analyze the
uses that are allowed on
potatoes. Because we are in a situation where, and I think many of us do have some real concerns and such about off-wheel, four-wheel driving in the backcountry. But I do think we also need to make it clear that we are listening to all points of views and that we are considering them all. And that concerns me, that it's going to enhance our reputation of being unwilling to listen to people who enjoy recreating with off-road vehicles. So that's my main point, is I think there's a group of people in town that sometimes don't feel like they're heard. And I think this emphasizes it. So that's why I would like to see that. It just analyze the uses, the various uses at Potato Salad Hill or something of that nature.
Okay. So I'll change that to tone that down. And also the biking one, maybe it's just the first sentence in that little bullet point, because it just essentially says analyze whether it's still.
Yeah.
And then
as long as it's clear that, among the options they're going to be considering are whether these routes are open or not to various classes of vehicle or people.
Okay. So I guess this will be on the agenda again.
Do you have a few edits right there? I think that we could take another maybe, and because we're just talking
postpone it. Give me a few minutes of
table it. Yeah,
table it.
Yeah. We will let's move to item, we will table item E. until Sarah indicates she's ready to show us the edits. And while she's working on that, shall we move to item F?
So moved.
Okay. We are approving the amended and restated rules and regulations for high-density housing overlay development to clarify the prohibited sales do not include the foreclosure sales. Include the foreclosure sales as defined in Utah law. Christina?
Yes, so this is an issue that has come up over and over again with HCHO developers, including in the 3 administrative appeals we've had and including in the pending litigation in district court with Peakview. The county has taken the same position throughout. This was argued extensively during the administrative appeals and integrated into the ALJ ruling, who agreed with me, which is state law already protects your financial institutions for providing lending on projects and protects their rights to foreclosure. But we are spending a lot of time explaining this to everyone, and I also have no objection of including it in the HDHO rules. Of course, these are administrative rules. They're not changing the ordinance, but it's a proper county action to implement the ordinance under existing law. So even though it got struck down, actually that's a different thing. Sorry, we'll worry about that with Murphy Flats. This was upheld. The reasoning of the county was upheld by the ALJ ruling. So it's pretty tight. I did work with one of the HCHO projects is under contract, and I worked with that buyer's counsel also on the language, which was helpful. There are 2 titles in state law that really control some pretty complex financial stuff. So you have a new whereas, just explaining that there is a foreclosure exemption. You have new section 2A5, which provides this narrow exemption for financial institutions, which are defined by law. It does exempt, or it specifies the exemption does not apply to private lenders. I wanted to make sure that wasn't a loophole that allowed dad to lend on a HDHO lot, and then he would do a deed in lieu of foreclosure process, which is essentially a deed of the lot to dad, and then all of a sudden he's got an unrestricted lot. So that's clear that that is can't happen. And then there's a couple of other new provisions that just connect everything, exempts that HASU's pre-qualification process can't apply to a financial institution that's foreclosing under state law process. Let me know if you guys have any questions.
So when we make the motion, do we need to, you sent out some last minute revisions to the language?
That is included in the, Tara went ahead and updated the packet, so you don't have to specifically include that. You will be approving the version.
As of a few hours ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Could I make a motion?
Yes, please, Kevin.
I move to approve the proposed amended and restated rules and regulations for high density housing overlay developments to be effective immediately.
Okay, motion by Kevin. Do I have a second? Seconded by Trish. Discussion?
I'm glad to hear the attorney refer to this as complex. I was specifically asked about this in the middle of a bike ride while I was maxing out my heart rate and was a blabbering fool. So I'm glad that we're clarifying a lot of this and getting it down in writing.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. We're to item G, performing initial assessment of submitted commission district maps, redistricting. Commissioner Walker.
So we had a workshop on this yesterday. At the end of that workshop, we had a list of maps that we were going to sort of promote to the next round of consideration. And so I guess we could just sort of make that semi-official right now. I don't know if I should make this really quick since I don't know that there's anything beyond yesterday's workshop that needs to be said. Okay, Mary's shaking her head. So just to be clear then, I'll just read out the maps. The public, if they go to the Grand County website, can find these and hope I've been in touch with our consultant, and hopefully pretty soon there'll be like a separate page with just the, we call them the semifinalist maps. But those maps are.
Are you making this into a motion? Do you want to?
You know, I don't think we need, I just think we need to clearly understand. And I do think we should be, if like someone comes up with a map late in the process, I think we should, you know, be willing to give it a hard look. I know at least one person has expressed interest in that. And I think we really should be, you know, going the extra mile to make this an open and inclusive process. In any case, though, the maps that we are continuing to look closely at, one is a map submitted by Carter Pape, his 301 map. We have a map submitted by Courtney Kaiser. There's only one of those. We have two different maps submitted by Sarah Stock. One's called Contiguous in the title, and the other is Rural Zones Divided. Those are somewhat similar in Spanish Valley, but different, the outlying areas. And then finally, there's a map of mine called, I think, Another Start at South City Limits. So those are the ones that, if I'm remembering correctly, that at the end of the discussion of the workshop, we wanted to continue to take a close look at. There's also variants on these maps, so I think there might be at least, you know, 3 versions of the maps that Sarah, because, you know, Sarah made a modification, I also made one, but I'm sort of treating those all as the same versions of the same map. So are we all comfortable with kind of focusing our attention on those maps?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then in case we've got another workshop scheduled for the 30th, and we could possibly take action on our first meeting in December, but if that gets pushed back to our second meeting in December, I think we're still, you know, meeting our deadlines.
So we don't need, because it is you know, it is an item in our general business and action items, but it's worth looking at it as more as a future consideration.
Sure, yeah, I guess.
Rather than a motion.
I'll turn it to a motion if you really want to, but.
Chris, or Quinn, what will make it easier for you, Quinn, for the minutes?
I can go with whatever you guys decide. I don't have I set it up as a motion, but you can do whatever you want and I'll change it. It doesn't matter.
Okay. So then we can just move on. We can consider it a discussion item. So we can say discussed, moving those on. Okay, so are you ready, Sarah? You need some more time. We can move on to the next one, approving first. Okay, I just was asked, okay, approving first amendment to a contract with Moab Regional Hospital to provide medical services for county jail inmates. Chris Baird.
Christina, do you want to take this one?
Sure. I did send you guys an agenda summary by email just before the meeting. Sorry, there was miscommunication on whether Shannon's doing that. This is pretty simple. So we did, after a long negotiation with MRH, sign an agreement, which you guys have already approved, for medical services at the jail, but especially including new mental health services at the jail. That's been really great and wildly successful. That agreement you've already approved stipulated compensation due to MRH staff during normal business hours. But what we've seen is we've needed some medical attention, mostly mental health response directly at the jail after hours and on holidays. And so all this First Amendment does is include a new provision related to compensation after hours and on holidays. I did put fiscal impact as the same $10,000. So we had already budgeted for this type of slight increase in a payment structure, but it just never made it into that agreement. So it's just cleaning that piece up.
Is there a reason we call it First Amendment rather than just amendment?
That is how the MRH attorney did it, and I didn't want to just spend the time to redo. I do prefer amended and restated agreements because I think they're easier, but this is how MRH said it.
Okay. Shall I make a motion?
Yes, please, Kevin.
I move to approve the First Amendment to the agreement for medical services with Moab Regional Hospital for inmate care at the Grand County Jail.
Motion by Kevin Walker. Do I have a second?
I will second that, Mary.
Thank you, Trish.
And I really appreciate all the support we have for inmates because I believe in taking care of those people.
Thank you, Trish. And I know you're doing a lot of work, so I appreciate what you're doing to help out there. Thank you.
And just to be clear, this $10,000 is for the 21 budget.
And I think it's the same cost, right, Chris? We haven't increased it. I don't think we've used that amount in 2021, nor do we expect to exceed it in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it's hard to know how it's going to pan out. So I think that's an estimate probably for both years. But near the end of the year, I'll take a look at where we're at with it and make an amendment if I have to.
All right, but there was some budgeted for this year is what I'm hearing. If this isn't a last minute addition.
Maybe. Let me look at something real quick.
I think it was. We actually have been negotiating this with MRH for a long, long time, and it was very amicable, but their attorney was just really hard to get. He wasn't very responsive. And of course, he's not local. And so it's my understanding that this was a budgeted item for this year, and they had actually been informally operating under the agreement, even though it wasn't formalized for a while.
Yeah, it looks like it. We've got 10,000 in.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't red flags from our budget officer.
So yeah, it doesn't look like anything's been charged to the account that I created. So I don't know if it's not been used or it's been getting charged somewhere else.
Okay.
And it has been used, so it's being charged somewhere else. So we should connect with Amy and Shannon on that.
Hopefully they're charging San Juan County.
Might be getting charged to the regular medical expense line. I don't know. I'll check in on that.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. We are to item I, adopting proposed resolution approving the conditional use permit for Orr's Canyonlands Warehouse located at 2802/2822 South Highway 191. Ms. Martin.
Good evening, commissioners. I just want to start out by saying it was a pleasure to meet some of you the other night at our public workshop. So thank you for showing up and being engaged. So this is a request for a conditional use permit to allow an outfitter guide service facility to support the operations of Orr's Canyonlands. This is an existing business in Grand County that has operated for many years on a property just down the road from this new location at 2822 and 2802 South Highway 191. There are 5 existing structures on the property, including a house with attached carport, a detached garage, a mobile home, and 2 sheds. The shed directly behind the existing house and carport will be removed. All the other structures will remain. The property has been historically used as residential and is zoned highway commercial, which allows as a right residential and office use, and as a conditional use, outfitter guide service and facility. The project proposes using existing structures on the property, converting the house to an office and preserving the mobile home as a residence. Also proposed on the back parcel, not fronting the highway, is construction of a 4,470 square foot enclosed warehouse with attached 4,470 square foot carport. The county engineer has approved a site and drainage plan. Access from Highway 191 is permitted through a UDOT temporary access permit, which may be required to obtain additional access easements with improvements in the future. The access entrance will be improved as part of the site plan application following the CUP approval to a 24-foot wide paved standard. Existing sewer and water connections will be utilized for the development. GWSSA has given WILSERV approval. Moab Valley Fire Department has also provided preliminary approval with this CUP application. The Orr's Warehouse development is consistent with the Grand County General Plan, future land use designation of highway mixed use, which is defined as a highly accessible and visible land base for business in the unincorporated county. Within the HMU area, industrial uses are limited to those that are not a nuisance to residents, with more intensive uses subject to land use review. The proposed Orr's Canyonlands Warehouse is a use that fits within the definition of highway mixed use and is not an intensive industrial use that would be a nuisance to nearby residential zones. The proposal has been reviewed against the conditional use criteria per LUC Article 9.10.5 and was found to have no reasonable anticipated detrimental effects that cannot be mitigated. Staff's recommendation is to approve the CUP for the Orr's Canyonlands Warehouse.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, Kevin.
I was gonna make the motion.
I would like that. Thank you.
Someone else really wants to. Make a motion. I move to adopt the findings of fact set forth in the staff report dated August 18th, 2021, and the proposed resolution approving the conditional use permit for the Orr's Canyonlands Warehouse located at 2802/2822 South Highway 191 with the following conditions. 1, prior to construction, the owner developer acquires all necessary building permits and site plan approval. And 2, the developer complies with construction standards set forth in the county engineer approved civil and drainage plan, and any improvements required must be inspected and approved by the Grand County engineer prior to a certificate of occupancy being issued.
Thank you, Kevin. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Gabriel. Jacques, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Sarah, are you ready?
Yeah, I put a link in the chat, and I guess I can share my screen. That would work, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Teach her how to do it once and she can't stop, huh?
No, I didn't get to do it, so I'm like, I don't know what to click on. Firefox unknown. I think that one.
Sarah, at the middle of your Zoom screen, there's that share screen thing with the arrow.
Yeah, I got that.
So then you just got to find the screen that you want to open up.
And then it says open system preferences, so I'll do that.
Okay.
But yeah, one thing that you have to
click on the link in the chat, and then I could share it.
Yeah, one thing you have to do is have the screen up first and then share it, because it doesn't let you open things. They have to already be open.
But I think it was maybe also the case that she's never done this before and her Zoom didn't have permission to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm on my way, but if somebody can get there faster. Okay. Oh, I have to quit and reopen, so.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. I can walk you through the changes that Kevin shows. Okay, so everything's the same, but then I moved this paragraph up about the trailheads at Highland and Golf Course, because I thought that we probably were endorsing that, hardening those trailhead, that parking area and thinking about it. Then I added, these are not specific endorsements, rather areas we'd like the BLM to take a hard look. And provide different management options for analysis. I'll delete issues. And then it goes on to say, I've just left the one sentence with bikes. And then at the bottom, it says the BLM should take a close look at the use of Potato Salad Hill as part of moving the main parking area to that location. We would like to see a variety of management options for analysis, one of which includes the closure of this 4x4 feature, or closure of this feature to 4x4 vehicles. Does that hit it?
Yes, for me it does.
And then there's a few more tweaks at the bottom that just emphasize that we want to see a variety of management options.
I'm okay with it.
Want to make a motion, Evan?
I guess for I'm still a little bit hung up on the last bullet. Because I was a little bit more comfortable with what Mary was saying in terms of omitting the suggestion of the closure. I sort of agree with the comments that Mary made before. And obviously I understand all the previous comments pertaining to this just being a wide shot of different options, but even the inclusion of the language closure, it feels kind of threatening. I would prefer not to see it in there.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I think it could just stop at, we would like to see a variety of management options for analysis. We could just stop there.
For Potato Salad Hill.
Okay.
I'd agree with Trish and Gabe on that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin's typing it. Or is this a replacement? Yeah.
So that,
Take the red part out, we would like.
yeah,
to
no,
see.
it'd be deleting the previous one and just using this one instead.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, are we finally going to get through this? You guys sure you don't want to table it? I mean, come on.
I think this is good.
So I stop the screen share.
Yes.
Yes, that's fine. Okay. Do we have a motion?
Go ahead, Evan.
I was just gonna say I would move to approve forwarding the letter to the BLM regarding Mill Creek Canyon with the edits discussed here, not the one presented in the packet.
Okay. Motion by Evan, seconded by Kevin. Further discussion? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Sarah, I want to thank you for, I know I've been in the situation where what I've written or done has been completely analyzed and at the 11th o'clock hour, and you handled that with such grace and dignity, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, passes.
I mean, I think many people have written this letter at this point, so I'm glad that we passed it.
Yes. So passed unanimously. We are to consent agenda.
Mary, it's 6 o'clock. Do you want to do another citizens to be heard?
Thank you, Gabriel. You help me out with that every week, so every meeting, and I appreciate it. Is there any citizens to be heard? If so, unmute or turn on your camera. Doesn't look like we have any citizens to be heard, so we will move to consent agenda. Approving local consent for Red Cliff Lodge for an off-premise beer permit. Approving local consent for Buzzard's Billy for an off-premise beer permit. Approving memorandum of understanding between Grand County and the Moab Free Health Clinic for an economic development AmeriCorps Vista. Approving moratorium memorandum of understanding between Grand County and Moab City. Why did I just read that? Yes, I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, and Moab Free Clinic for a shared active transportation and trails and planning and zoning AmeriCorps Vista and a planning and zoning dedicated AmeriCorps Vista. Approving fees and contracts for expert testimony on State of Utah versus James Murphy. Do I have a motion to accept consent agenda as read?
I'll move to accept the consent agenda as read.
Thank you, Jacques. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, Mary.
Thank you. Trish, discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. We are to discussion on the Dingo Act and scoping comments for amendments to Bureau of Land Management Resource Management Plan. Commissioner Stock.
I think that this can be pretty quick. So remember forever ago, we got forwarded some email that was a mailed letter from the BLM. I finally read that. It was an announcement that they are starting scoping on this because the Dingle Act passed and created new wilderness designations and wild and scenic river designations and different management areas around the state. They've had to start the process to open up the resource management plans of different BLM field offices. And the comments are due in a quick turnaround, I think on the 27th. So I didn't have time to like draft a letter to have it worked out, talked about at our next meeting. So I was hoping that right now we could talk about points of consensus where we can use those to then draft a letter that can be ratified by the chair, or it can be signed by the chair and ratified later. So this involves, it's similar to the BLM travel plan process that's going on. It involves Labyrinth Canyon, which was designated as a scenic river, which as I understand it is, well, never mind. It's got designated as a scenic river section, and it also, the Labyrinth Wilderness section was designated in Emery County from just below the San Rafael River all the way down to the county boundary, which is the same as the Grand County boundary, I think. So it's essentially the entirety of Labyrinth Canyon. My main idea for comments here would be that they are similar to what we wrote for the travel management plan, that we want to see the Labyrinth Canyon River section managed for quiet recreation. And I think that it also, we should reiterate that it involves closing Hey Joe and the other routes that are in the canyon bottom to off-highway vehicles. I guess I haven't had much time to put a lot of thought into this, but I wanted to open it up for discussion.
I know we got. Go ahead,
Sorry.
Evan.
I was going to say, and Chris, you might know better than I believe that there might be an existing resolution when the Emory Lands bill was getting approved that our side of the river would be considered for similar management to the other side of the river. And so that boundary is like the center of the river, I believe, and that one side is protected for the wilderness qualities and the other side of the river, our side, is not. And I believe the then commission weighed in on that then. So that might be something worth referencing.
Okay, I'll look for that.
I think what happened with it was we got a request from John Curtis that it would open up a whole can of worms for them to get it passed. So he asked us not to move forward with the resolution, but I think we can find it. I don't think it was ever brought forth to the commission in my memory. It was discussed.
Okay, well, I'll search for that.
I know we got a letter today, and I know that they have that bighorn sheep herd that is fairly unique and small, that needs to be protected. And I would like to see something like that in the letter, that we very much want to protect that group of that herd so that they can continue to thrive.
I think that maybe somebody else has more information about this, but I think this has the state designated certain special bighorn sheep habitat areas. Maybe I could reference those.
We talked about it a lot during our public lands bill initiative, and who was it that you can get a hold of the BLM? They have a whole bunch of information on it. They were the ones that their biologist really emphasized the importance of protecting that herd.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is, maybe I'll just go for a straw poll. Like Evan mentioned, similar management to the wilderness side of the river for the canyon bottoms. How do people feel about that sentiment?
Straw poll.
Okay. And then highlighting protected or management to protect areas that are important for bighorn sheep, which probably involves those side canyons that have water in them, but I'll find out more from a biological standpoint.
My only hesitancy around that is that sheep tend to like cliffs, and I like cliffs too. So I would be aware of being sensitive to existing non-recreation land-based use in those sheep overlays. I think that a lot of the information out there isn't quite as data-driven as we'd like in terms of lambing season and ranges and such. So.
Yeah, okay. So the other thing with this is that the BLM, I'm going to there's a webinar tomorrow. If anyone's interested in working on this with me, talking about how they're going to change these resource management plans. So I'll get a little bit more information. But Nicole mentioned that it would be pretty specific to like, oh, it's just the scenic river designation that we're in response to. I think I would like to make the argument that, well, the Labyrinth Wilderness section warrants some change in management, since you're already cracking open the resource management plan and doing all the Federal Register stuff. They're related. But I wonder if there's any other issues, like, because they are doing this stuff through the Federal Register, it means that the resource management plan is being discussed. And are there any issues that are more broad that we'd like to bring into it? I know the BLM would like us to be very specific, but
I think that I don't know if there's room for this, but you're saying, is there other things that aren't being considered? I think that we've had a lot of discussion about use of airspace. for small planes and I'm spacing the name of the
Paragliders.
lawnmower things. Because I've seen those in the river corridors, skimming the river as well.
Mhm.
And so I think having some regulation of the airspace below the canyon rim elevations or something might be useful as well. And to Chris's point, there may be old existing airstrips down there that may or may not be getting used that might be worth being evaluated.
Evaluating the Mineral Bottom airstrip. I think it's pretty popular.
I would imagine so. And I'm not saying, once again, this is not an endorsement, but I think with increase in drones and all that sort of stuff, other flying machines should be considered.
So, Sarah, I think you mentioned at the beginning that because of the common deadline, we don't really have time to like write a letter and get it approved in a commission meeting the way we usually do. One solution is that we could just write individually, say, I'm just speaking for myself. Here are some things I think are important. I mean, it would probably still have some influence, and then we wouldn't have to work as hard to coordinate.
That's true. I was thinking of just keeping it pretty simple. I mean, I think that this little bulleted list that we've just come up with does pretty well. Also, we could ask for an extension, but.
Okay. I'm happy to go along with whatever you want to do.
They usually are pretty good at giving a small extension. We could ask it till like the, end of the first week of extension.
Do you feel this is our last way in?
The Wednesday after the first Tuesday in December, whatever that is.
Well, or even the Friday, because sometimes by the next day, by the time you get things signed and everything, it could be Thursday or Friday. So that would be have an extension until December 10th. And I'll look up, I had a lot of stuff written on that at one point. I'll go through all my old files.
Okay, why don't I start with a request for an extension, and I'll try to draft this letter, and if I get the sense that we're not going to get that, if I get the sense that we're not going to get the extension, then I'll go ahead with these points that we've had consensus on, and we'll submit it. And if not, then I'll bring it back to the commission.
Sounds good.
But let me ask about this one. So Evan mentioned airspace and trying to manage airspace. How can I get a straw poll for including something along those lines?
I think that's a really important issue, but I think you should maybe talk about takeoffs and landings. Since if you just say airspace, they'll respond. They can't regulate things that are in the air, but I think they can prohibit takeoffs and landings of those things.
Can they do drones?
That was consensus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that we can stop discussing this unless anyone else has anything else to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the time is 6:14, and I will open a public hearing to solicit public comment regarding an ordinances approving the amended and restated development agreement for Murphy Flats. HDHO development, high density housing overlay, planning and zoning, Christina Sloan, attorney.
I don't know if this is if Christina wants to report on this, but if this is just for the amended development agreement for Murphy Flats, I can discuss it. Otherwise, go ahead, Christina.
Why don't you start, Elise, and I'll just wrap up a couple of legal.
Yeah, it's not long when I have to just summarize the staff report. So yeah, the background on this is the County Commission approved the HDH overlay for Murphy Flats via ordinance number 600.01 on November 19th, 2019. Murphy Flats Phase 1 final plat was approved on November 3rd, 2021, so just recently at the last meeting. And the Phase 2 final plat approval is forthcoming, but will likely not be complete prior to the 2-year expiration for final plat approval according to the requirements in LUC Section 4.7, which would make that expiration November 19th, which is 2021, just around the corner. So so citing several reasons for the delay in obtaining approval for the final plat, the applicant has formally requested a 6-month extension for Phase 2 final plat for the project. The development agreement is also amended to clarify Article 4.7 of the Land Use Code to allow local businesses or nonprofits to hold title to HGHO units if they qualify as an actively employed household per Section 4.7.3A2 of the Grand County Land Use Code. The proposed amended development agreement is in conformance with LUC provisions of Article 4.7 high density housing overlay districts. And on November 8th, 2021, at a public hearing, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to send a favorable recommendation to the County Commission for approval of the Murphy Flats amended development agreement, which is before you tonight.
Just a couple of legal things for you guys to be aware of. There is a statute in LUDMA and state statute that specifically addresses development agreements. They are legislative processes. That statute was actually amended after our local Wallingford case, which was related to Lions Back, and the minor amendments that the city council approved by settlement agreement without going through the legislative process. So the statutory changes you saw in actually the last general session clarified in statute that you can work out agreements with developers in a development agreement. You can address issues related to zoning and other land use matters in a development agreement. It has to go through the same legislative process as any other rezone application. So that has happened here. The applicant did, they actually got delayed a little bit because they didn't initially post a sign on the property, just like any other rezone that was done. They went to a public hearing for the Planning Commission. Now you're at a public hearing now. So what the development agreement does is 2 things. It extends the time frame for the phasing, and you're going to see that that has become an issue for all the projects. So this is just the first really of many requests I expect the commission to see, extending phasing timelines for HGHO projects via development agreement, which is the legal way to do it. And then the second thing it does is it clarifies that as long as a local business or nonprofit owner or director qualifies as a qualified household under the ordinance, that local business or nonprofit can hold title. So of course, that's something we tried to do in the HGHO rules and regulations, and our hearing officer did strike that down as being a legislative item that we'd stuck into administrative HGHO rules and regulations. So we are allowed to do that here. And that's why you see that as well. And that I also expect to be a request of future amended development agreements by other HGHO developers. We did, Madam Chair, it looks like the applicants have requested to speak if you're so interested.
Yes, they're welcome to speak. I knew they were on. I wasn't sure if they were just here to watch.
Just a quick question before that. If the, I think you said the original deadline is expiring on November 19th. And so does that mean that contrary to our usual practice, we should have a vote on this the same day as the public hearing?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that I would defer to Christina on that. I would think that because the request was made and they're in process of getting approval, that it would be okay. But either way, I'm not sure how you want to do that.
I don't have any issue with you guys suspending policy, and we haven't received any public comments on this. So that's certainly an option. I also have no issue with the effective date of the amended agreement being the date of expiration. So there's no lapse there.
So we can decide if we want to suspend the rules and vote on it tonight, if that would be cleaner. Okay, yes, Steve and Courtney.
Hi, everybody. We're hopeful that one day we'll just build some housing and we can stop bothering you, but we're not there yet. And we are really hopeful that with this extension that you'll set a precedent that the other housing projects that are coming down the pipeline are able to extend as well, because we just really hate to lose these opportunities for housing in the near future based on a technicality in the code. So that's really, I think, all we have to say. And thanks. Hi, bye.
Thank you. In many ways, I think it would be cleaner to vote on it tonight, just so that it's, I don't know how the other commissioners feel about it, but we'd have to have a motion to suspend the rules, and it has to pass by a supermajority. So I'm open to what other people think.
I mean, I guess I'm certainly willing to do that, but it sounded like Christina thought there was really no big disadvantage to waiting 2 weeks either, because we can sort of backdate the extension, it sounds like.
Okay. So, is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
I usually don't weigh in on hearings. I tend to hear and not speak, but I don't see any kind of issue with this. So I hope that between now and the next meeting of this body, that doesn't hold up the work that the applicants are doing. I think it's generally supported by this body to issue the extension.
Yes, I think it's very much supported. So this public hearing will remain open until 5 o'clock on November 24th. Thank you. And it will be voted.
I also just wanted to chime in with Evan that I'm also inclined to vote in favor of this. I just didn't want to leave the applicants wondering what we thought. So,
yeah, well, I think we're all very happy to see this project move forward. So, okay, thank you. Thank you. We have a closed session. I would would entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss pending litigation.
So moved.
Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second? Seconded by Gabriel. We